Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Antiochians. And again, happy Pride. We are very pleased to be part of Pride today, and I want to thank the Pride people and the college people for making that happen. I'm Catherine Jordan. I'm your vice president, now past vice president of the Alumni Board. And I'm here to open up the Alumni Board meeting. I mean, it's actually the Alumni Association meeting, which you are all members of. Our job today is to confirm our new board members, to introduce our folks that are chairing committees, and welcome your involvement. We'll have some questions and answers, and then we will turn it over to President Jane Fernandez for an address. So let's get started. The association is the organization that supports all 12 to 15,000 alumni. We're not clearly sure of how the number, it changes daily. But you are represented by the Antioch College Alumni Board, and we're elected by you to support Antioch College by providing a number of various assets and projects that we do. So during that election, which happened this spring, we had a slate of candidates. You're welcome to what's it called? A nominate. Thank you. You can nominate yourself or nominate someone that you think would be a good person on the board. And then we hold elections electronically. And then at this meeting, the elections have occurred, and you will hopefully confirm our slate of new board members. And I'm going to have Tony do that in a minute. So let's get started with that. Tony, can you list our new board members? I think I have a, yes. Microphone. Wait, there's a roster. Wait, Tony.
Well, I'm going to introduce the new board members. Do you also want me to introduce the slate of the new officers?
Yes, but do the board members.
Okay, okay.
And existing board members too.
Yes, okay. So I'm going to ask people to stand when I call your name. I'm going to ask the new board members to stand first. Jane Foreman, class of 2017. Coco Gagne, class of 2018. And I don't think. Darren Gilly, class of 94. Michael Kelly, class of 72.
He's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom. April Phillips, who is also on Zoom, class of 1994. Jonathan Sheriff, class of 1984. Mark Swanholm, class of 1992. And Marcel Van Arsdale, class of 2018. He's outside buying t-shirts. So that's the new board members who are coming on as of this meeting officially. And I'd also like to ask the ongoing board members to stand when I call your name.
No need for applause.
No need for applause.
Just purple
Yeah.
hearts.
Yeah. Kataya. Myself. Liz Flintz, who is in Bonn, Germany. Jesse Herr.
Oh,
No need. Catherine Jordan. Oh, I should give their years. Naomi is 2018. I am 67. Jesse is 63. Catherine Jordan, 72. Peter Labermeyer, 78. Mark Mazerovsky, 77. Mark Oliver, 76. Thought I saw Mark. Denwood Parrish, 69, who also is here. Meredith Reed Sarkees, 72, who's here. Alan Siege, 78, who I believe is on Zoom. Joan Stramanis, 57, who's right here. And Coco Gagne just entered the room. So that's, hi, that's the alumni board that represents the Alumni Association.
And just to be formal, can we have a vote of acclamation to welcome our new board members? So all those, so I'm going to ask you, we've elected them, but there's some formality that we want this body to accept them. So we're going to have a vote of acclamation to bring these members onto the board officially. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, thank you and welcome new board members. Excellent. Yes, yes,
On?
yes,
Yeah,
you have to
okay.
speak to it. Eat it like an ice cream.
Yeah, eat it like an ice cream. So one of the responsibilities of the governance committee is to propose a slate of officers of the alumni board and thus the Alumni Association. And we have proposed and we have elected on Thursday at our alumni board meeting that we met just before reunion started. And we have the new president of the Alumni Association and the Alumni Board is Coco Gagne. Stand up, Coco. Our new vice president, and I gave her a class, I think it's 2018, right? Yeah. And our new vice president of the Alumni Board and thus the association is Joan Stramanis, class of 57. And I think we were particularly excited to see a slate of officers whose age range and experience is so broad. We also have re-elected Jesse Herr, sitting to my right, class of 1963, as our secretary.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Madam Chair of the Governance Committee. Shannon McCarville, who you have seen and appreciated, I hope, for helping steer all of this activity, is currently trying to make sure that the equipment under the tent doesn't get rained out. So when Shannon is able to appear here, Shannon will give you an update on her their new role as head of alumni relations. So in the meantime, we're going to quickly introduce our committees. And the committees are not only made up of members of the board, but all of you are welcome and encouraged to help us by volunteering to sit on a committee. Most of these committees meet by Zoom because of COVID and various other transportation issues. We only meet as a board once in person at reunion because of what's happened to our world. So listen closely to these committees. They are the working energy of the board. They get our work done for us. And I'm going to start with Joan and Jesse to talk about chapters and affinity groups. And you have to.
This working for you? Okay, good. The Chapters Committee of the Alumni Board is the largest committee by far because not only are the members the handful of people on the Alumni Board who have joined this committee or who help with this committee, but also all the chapter leaders. So people who lead chapters are members of our committee and meet with us. We always meet on Zoom once a month, and we hope that there will be new and revived chapters that will send their leaders to our chapters committee. What our chapters committee does, of course, is support chapters, help chapters become successful, publicize their work. Jesse, as secretary and as co-chair of this committee and as all-around good person, hosts these Zoom meetings of the chapters mostly. And so please speak with either of us if you're interested in starting a chapter, reviving a chapter, or joining a chapter. Some of the chapters are geographic. We have very active chapters, for example, in New York, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and some other places. We have virtual chapters, that is affinity groups. These are chapters based on interests rather than geography. And those include the theater and performance chapter that's been running a series of wonderful events called Backstage once a month all year, and will continue for the rest of the year. We have the Alumni of Courage, which mostly represents and promotes the interests of and supports financially students who are members of minority groups and students of color. And there's the science group that tends to focus on projects that the science faculty and students need at the college and helps them fund those things. Those are just examples of affinity groups that we regard also as chapters.
Great. Jesse, you want to move on to communications and IT?
Hello? Yay. Communications and technology. So included in this committee is the alumni newsletter, which I hope you all are getting, coming quarterly. Mark Matthews, sitting right there, is the editor, and we're and they're taking up the slack of the Antiochian used to cover and is not available at this time, and we hope you'll contribute to the newsletter. The newsletter and the alumni directory are part of a platform called Alma Base, which we which is an alumni website, and we're working on adding function to that to support the alumni even better. And I hope you know about the alumni directory, which is a way to keep in touch with your friends and colleagues and find out who's doing what. Very handy resource.
Excellent. Okay. Tony, you want to move on to governance, please?
Sure. So I'm chair of the governance committee, small but mighty, myself, Liz Flintz, and Mark Oliver. And we're responsible for the internal workings of the Alumni Board and Association. So we're responsible for any changes in our bylaws, which govern the Alumni Board, and the Constitution, which governs the Alumni Association. We solicit nominations for the board itself, and we manage the election process. We manage the process of election of officers, president, vice president, and secretary. And we solicit nominations for the now 6 Alumni Awards and coordinate the process that results in the presentations that you're hearing now at Reunion. I want to give particular credit to Nate Bowles, who I believe is here. There he is, my predecessor, who really helped set up us as a hardworking and organized community, a committee. That's the governance committee.
Excellent. Thank you. And then alumni resources. Jesse.
Okay, alumni resources view is the goal is, but the alumni have many useful experiential, academic assets. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And the goal is to find those and press them into service to the college in various ways, including helping with classes, providing energizing and engaging alumni, which is a good thing, connecting alumni with other alumni. Also, networking is a useful thing. All sorts of ways to be of service to the college. So if you have any ideas along those lines, see me, and we'll press you into service.
And then the other standing committee is the Reunion Committee, which I've had the pleasure of chairing for 3 years. It is it's the program planning committee for the Antioch College Alumni Reunion. So the staff and the now Shannon, who's now in that position, will manage all the logistics, making sure we have great food, which we do. And again, thanks to the Antioch College food service for this great food. It's such an improvement over the last couple of years. So they do all the logistics, we do the program. So I want to thank again David Southern, who's here right there. David, last year it was his 50th reunion, and I pressed him into service to manage the program for his 50th, and then he stayed on the committee and helped the class of 1974 plan their number of panels and program. So it's an ongoing kind of relay race. We need to help each other plan the program, what's of interest for alums. We need some more help. It is, we meet once a month on Zoom. We need to think about how do we bring in the topics and activities that are going to be stimulating for folks. And so please see me in terms of your interest in working on alumni reunion for next year. We will be doing an evaluation of this reunion. You'll get that by email. We really need your feedback. So things like, there's some standard things that we do every year, like div dance. But we have, and also the memorial time for remembrance on Sunday of our alums who are now gone. So those are things that are pretty much involved on an annual basis, but everything else is up for decisions. So that's our committee list. I'm going to open it up now for any Q&A, any concerns, any ideas that you'd like to share. I see none. You're either very tired. Oh, here's one, Kathy. All right.
Hi, I'm interested in finding out. I realize you are in the midst of trying to do outreach to get more volunteers, but have you all thought about what committee might help support things like in the college, like admissions and co-op with alumni, obviously?
We've had a long relationship with admissions to help coordinate things with, we've had an ongoing working relationship with admissions. That's changed as staff changes. We certainly are in touch with Shane about how to best utilize the alumni's help. Co-op is up to, again, what we've learned is if we come up with a lot of ideas and dump them onto the college, that does not work. We need to be invited in, and they need to help or tell us what they need help with. So we've learned that over and over, and we're not going to direct that or lead that. We're going to invite college staff to touch base with us and invite us as they see the need. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right. Before I just want to share with you what's going to happen next after Jane speaks. We're going to go back to the front campus if it's not pouring. And some of us, we want to make sure that everybody's in the photo. I've told Gene Lohman, Clean Gene Lohman, who has been our DJ for almost 50 years. He's not doing so well health-wise. So Jim Spangler and I are going to go get him and bring him to the photo as a tribute to him. So then after the photo, we're going to come back here because we have a great panel on filmmakers and media makers that we want to make sure we see. And then following that at 5-ish, there'll be 2 more awards. I think William Newman is here, who's going to receive an award, and myself and Eleanor Holmes Norton. There's 3 more awards. Eleanor's not here, unfortunately, but we have a short video of her. Then we have time for our lovely dinner, and then we have karaoke, and then we have div dance. So rest up. Okay, so it is my great pleasure to welcome Jane Fernandez, our president of Antioch College. Jane will come here and give us some comments, and then she will ask for questions and answers. And I'm going to have, because I'm going to go get Jean, I'm going to ask someone else, maybe David, would you do the Q&A after Jane speaks? Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, okay. Do you want to take that? Okay, greetings, everyone. Greetings to all alums, friends, and community members who are here for this marvelous gathering. I think you know my name, Dr. Jane Fernandez, and my pronouns are she, her, or inclusive they, them. And I'm very honored to be the president of Antioch College. So do you hear me okay now? Okay. Okay. As I approach the end of my third year, I'm grateful for the entire Antioch College community, and I'm optimistic about the work ahead. I want to welcome all alumni, staff, faculty, and friends participating in this year's reunion. It brings me immense joy to see us all together again celebrating the achievements and shared history of Antioch College during this reunion weekend. I want to affirm what a great pride parade we had, and many of you went to it. So I thought I would try to teach you 3 signs. Okay, just a short detour from my talk. Okay, so one, I'm going to say happy, happy. And then the next sign is pride. Okay, so happy, pride, 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 I'm proud, pride. And then the third sign. Okay, I will do. Well, next time. Right now. The third word is month. Okay, so now I'm like Vanna White. Happy, pride, month. So I'm happy you all have a happy Pride Month. Yes. I'm very delighted that the volunteer work project has been here and working this past few days or weeks, showcasing the projects that they've undertaken over time, which are integral to the community at Antioch. The campus really looks amazing to me. It almost looks like a dream world. I don't know what happens. Really, I drove by. Wow, there's a huge aura over the whole campus. It's marvelous. So I want to thank everyone of the more than 50 individuals who participated in this June's volunteer work project. And a very sincere thank you to all the participants who have ever participated in the volunteer work project and given of your time and talents. Your work for Antioch is genuinely appreciated. Your efforts beautify our campus amazingly and strengthen our sense of community and belonging. Each project you undertake leaves a lasting impact, shaping the environment in which we live, learn, and grow. Your willingness to volunteer your time and skills speaks volumes about your dedication to Antioch's values and mission. You embody the you embody the spirit of service and engagement that defines our college. Your contributions are deeply appreciated and do not go unnoticed. Together, we can continue building a more vital and vibrant Antioch College. I'm delighted to share an announcement from the Alumni Association Board of Directors. The board selected the distinguished recipients for the 2024 awards, and we've seen some of them already. We'll see more to come. The Alumni Board Nominations Committee meticulously reviewed the nominations and then presented the candidates to the entire board for discussion and ratification. And after careful consideration, we're proud to honor Carl Grossman, class of 1964, Leila Klein, class of 2003, William Newman, class of 1972, Catherine Jordan, class of 1972, Louis Terrell, class of 1974, and Eleanor Holmes Norton, class of 60. These individuals embody the spirit and values of Antioch College, and their achievements inspire us all. Please join me in congratulating them for an extraordinary contribution and their unwavering commitment to making a positive impact in their respective fields. So, I'm excited to share some recent updates and developments at the college. We want to congratulate the class of 2024. We celebrated the newest class graduating Antiochians last week at our Foundry Theater, followed by a reception at Herndon Gallery featuring our commencement speaker, Nancy R. Randon. She is an enrolled member of the White Earth Nation, a well-known award-winning author, playwright, poet, and freelance writer. As a community arts activist, Randon supports other Native artists, writers, and creators in pursuing their art. Randon is the award-winning author of a fresh new Cash Black Bear murder mystery series. If you want to check her out, her book. I would, yes. Okay, if you have yet to hear, Antioch has earned the Federal Work College designation, becoming only the 11th college in the country and the first in Ohio with that name. Yay, yes. This achievement secures a new national standing in higher education for Antioch, alongside other institutions such as Berea and Warren Wilson, which we're proud to be connected with. It affirms Antioch's longstanding commitment to meaningful work through our signature approach to classroom, co-op, and community integration. Additionally, it opens up new federal funding opportunities to enhance our commitment to access and affordability for students. The faculty have diligently crafted and revised curriculum that leverages our interdisciplinary strengths. Instead of attempting to cater to all interests, we're focusing on areas where we excel, introducing new academic programs structured around 5 distinct pathways: sustainability and the environment, culture, power, and change, interdisciplinary arts and creative practice, social enterprise and innovation, global studies, and the environment. Our faculty member, Richard Quantz, received the prestigious Asian Research Award from the Fulbright Scholar Program. That will do a great deal to reinforce the quality of Antioch's academic program. Richard will spend part of the next academic year traveling to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, where he will work on advancing ideas about biodiversity, environmental conservation, and ecological education at a time when much of that region has begun to experience the harsh realities of climate change. Also, our faculty is reevaluating the general education curriculum, particularly for the first-year experience, to better meet today's students. So far, these efforts have yielded positive outcomes, including a 30% increase in our incoming class last fall compared to the previous year, stabilization of overall enrollment, post-pandemic disruptions, and early indications of improved student retention. This year marks significant achievements and a well-defined path forward for us. In June 2023, the board approved the Social Enterprise and Enrollment Plan, called the C Plan. The plan, crafted through extensive community input and collaboration, is mission-driven and aimed at ensuring our financial sustainability. It represents a pivotal advancement toward our strategic objectives, significantly enhancing financial stability and enrollment growth. The C Plan provides a mission-driven roadmap for sustainable financial health and continuity. It promotes a strategy of many small victories, encompassing 8 critical strategies aimed at directly addressing our funding challenges and aligning our operations with our core mission and the current needs of our students. From enhancing revenue from advancement efforts to establishing learning hubs, each strategy is tailored to propel us toward a more promising future. Today, I'm pleased that we have made significant strides in each of the C plan strategies. We successfully passed our first genuinely balanced budget. Wow, yes. Okay. Honestly, yes, first balanced budget has been passed. That is a crucial milestone since reopening. Furthermore, we've developed a comprehensive 3-year plan that charts a course toward achieving financial sustainability. These achievements underscore our commitment to securing a stable and prosperous future for Antioch. I'm proud to announce that Antioch has achieved a 4.5 out of 5 on the Campus Pride Index, making us one of the most or the most affirming private college in Ohio. We've been named, that's Happy Pride Month, right? Okay. Okay. We have been named one of the top 100 national liberal arts colleges by the U.S. News and World Report, the highest ranking for us since 1991 and a significant milestone since reopening. That's amazing. You should have seen me. I was blown away. Foundry Theater Revival. The Foundry's Theater Revival, which had a fantastic first season, has showcased vibrancy and cultural contributions of our college community. We filtered critical positions in our advancement communications and alumni relations teams. These additions will add strength to the college infrastructure and improve our ability to better serve our community effectively. One of our key strategies that has garnered significant attention is the need to appropriately scale down the heart of our campus to better align with our current enrollment and future projections. Maintaining a campus built for 2,000 students, a reality that ceased over 50 years ago, has burdened our budgets and imaginations. Our campus includes buildings that are financially impractical to maintain. Now we have a clear vision for a campus structure that meets our present and future needs. This clarity lets us identify surplus areas to divest, leveraging real estate sales and long-term leases to secure our future. This proactive approach not only reduces operational costs and deferred maintenance, but also redirects resources to our core mission. It ensures that our campus borders will no longer be marked by vacant spaces and deteriorating buildings, but instead by vibrant partners aligned with our mission. The C plan has allowed us the space to be truly forward-facing, and while there is much hard work to continue, there is also a lot of exciting things on the horizon. Antioch is advancing on multiple fronts to enrich student support and academic excellence with critical initiatives. Some of them are efforts to enhance support for our students through the donor-funded Student Success Center, and increase mental health services made possible with the Endeavor Grant funding. We will continue to monitor the programs and services we offer today, generation of students. Next month, we're looking forward to the revival of the Antioch Writers Workshop. I think some of you heard from Brooke about that. And we're hosting the second Permaculture Institute at the Antioch Microfarm. In August, we looked forward to the kickoff of season 2 for the Foundry Theater with a global band as well as some local entertainment. In welcoming the next class of Antiochians, the faculty are enhancing the general education curriculum and will debut a new first-year seminar in community and inquiry, which will be an introduction to both college life and what is unique about the Antioch experience. With the implementation of the Federal Work College program taking place next year, we will celebrate the first class of students to fully experience this program through meaningful work with the co-op program and campus jobs. Already, our returning students and incoming students have selected what work crew they want to join. And in case you're interested, the most popular selections so far are the farm and the library. Next February, we're looking forward to hosting a global summit on racial and social justice under the leadership of Dr. Queen Zabriskie at the Coretta Scott King Center. This builds on a standing room only event held last January with the Gandhi, Scott, and King families. That was standing room only, very, very big event, and definitely something that we want to promote, repeat, and make bigger, I would say. As a result of our strategic plan to right-size the campus, we're so excited at the opportunity to welcome new neighbors, activate our perimeter, and deepen our connection to the surrounding community. Already, the Emerge program has expanded their residential services in West Hall. We can't wait to welcome the Yellow Spring Senior Center when they break ground across Livermore. And we look forward to announcing additional new partners in the coming months as we continue to enact our strategic efforts around our core footprint. And even further over the horizon, we continue to explore and pursue Antioch's first formal education program, which will extend our long-standing relationship with Dayton Correctional Institute. This is a wonderful opportunity to expand our mission, supplement our student body, and provide further financial stability. As I conclude my remarks, I extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for bringing your passion and spirit back to our beloved campus. Your presence has made this reunion memorable, celebrating our shared history and enduring connections. Reflecting on our time together, it's clear that Antioch College continues to be a beacon of change and progress in higher education. The conversations we've had, the memories we've shared, some of them were funny, and we had a few laughs too, or I did have a few laughs. And the initiatives we've discussed all reaffirm our commitment to innovation and inclusivity. Your ongoing support and engagement are vital as we navigate the future of Antioch together. Whether through mentorship, advocacy, or philanthropy, your contributions make a tangible difference in shaping our institution's future. I encourage you to carry the spirit of Antioch with you wherever you go. Stay connected, stay involved, and continue to be ambassadors for the values that define our college. Thank you again for being here, sharing your stories, and being a part of the enduring Antioch College community. Also, if you have any questions or comments, now is a good time.
Okay, so I'm going to let Brian handle that side of the room, and I can handle this side, and raise your hands if you have a question.
Thanks, Brian. President Fernandez, you mentioned a relationship with the Dayton Correctional Institution. That sounded new to me. I hadn't heard of that before. Can you elaborate a little bit?
I think it's true to say that one of our professors, Dr. Jenny Grubbs, has had a working relationship with incarcerated individuals in the prison system. But we're going to expand that because of new rules that allow us to teach courses for credit in prison and allow a incarcerated individual to develop toward a degree. And we will be, the incarcerated individuals will be eligible for Pell Grants. And so we will receive some compensation for the work. Our proposal is on the warden's desk. That's what I was told, sitting there on the warden's desk. And she may have a few questions to talk with us about, but I'm pretty sure that will be moving ahead quickly and swiftly.
I just wanted to add that our relationship with DCI actually started back in 2015, 2014. Yeah. With Emily Steinmetz, who was a former anthropology professor here.
Such a quiet group. I'm shocked.
I'm gonna go here first. I'll come back.
I'm always personally deeply concerned about the fate of the Union Building. I know that it's been condemned, that it is not going to rise again. Are we going to build a new one? And also, I was just curious about Yellow Springs Senior Center, and this is just curiosity. Are they closing the one in town and moving it here, or is it going to be like a second separate thing?
Do you want to say something before I answer?
I'm David Scott, graduate from Antioch College in '72. I was the director of the Senior Center for 7 years. And I have not been involved in what they're doing now, but ever since I was at the Senior Center, we wanted to move. We are not replacing the downtown thing with a second thing. We are having a brand new senior center, which is more appropriate. The downtown senior center has no parking. It's inappropriate for seniors. There are lots of stairs and such. It's a great store, but it's not a great senior center. So this has been in the works since 1998. So it's not suddenly happening, but I'm happy that it is happening, because I was negotiating with the college back when I was the director, and the college at that time was not interested in this partnership, and now they are. And I think it's a win-win to have a senior center and college students all together, working together and living together. I think it's just a great idea.
And Weston is our current student union.
I want to say something about the student union. I doubt that anyone will rebuild the union. I can't say never or no, but I doubt that. More likely it would be converted into another use, maybe apartments or something like that. So what you say?
That building can't be converted into anything at this point.
Yeah. Well, yes, we will have it. We hope to have it cleaned out entirely of the toxins in there. And then we hope to have the building demolished. And then something will happen after that, but I don't know what that is at this time.
I was thinking not only because it was student space, but like that's where the centralized cafeteria was. That's where the Union of Independent Groups were.
I think a union makes sense. That building is history. I mean, and I'm a historian, this is my business, saving buildings like that. That one is gone. I think that I have a creative opportunity when they demolish it. It's what they're going to do and make it into a nice space. They should take all the bricks from it and make the road in front of Antioch College going from the factory all the way down here into a brick road. It will work as a speed reducer. It would recycle the bricks. You could actually buy a brick, or one thing. And that's one of my crazy ideas.
And we'll go back to the stack now.
I know that we'll preserve the stoop. I'm sorry, I think Emily has a question. But I just want to say, I know we will preserve the stoop in some way.
And currently, Weston is our current student union building, and North Hall is our student kitchen. Birch is a second kitchen, but the main kitchen is in North at the moment.
Hi, Jane. I'm Emily Seibel.
So I want to say Emily is on the board of trustees and the chair of the Finance and Grounds Committee. Go ahead.
Yes, and class of 2006. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what Emerge is and which building they bought, what they're doing with it, as well as the Ohio REACH program.
Okay. Oh. Well, I'll start with Ohio REACH. Ohio REACH is a program for, I guess you would say, students who age out of the program but have no real home or place to go. Ohio REACH is kind of where they are. So Antioch is trying to become involved with them, or we are involved with them as we're trying to connect, especially students who are looking for a place to belong or looking for a place where they know who they are or want to be, but Antioch allows them to be that. So plus they need an education and they need to know a lot of things that maybe they haven't learned yet. So we're working with REACH on that. Okay. So what was the other one? Sorry, I'm talking too much. Okay, Emerge. Emerge is a program. It's based throughout this area. They serve people who are addicted or have other issues. Maybe they have been in prison, but maybe they haven't been. Maybe they just have issues with managing their lives in a better way. And they go to the Emerge program to develop a daily routine and habits of life that are generative and restorative. So they'll be doing that. They're already in West now. They already live there. Some already have jobs in the village. So one time I met one of them as a waiter at the Winds. I was like, oh, wow. Okay, so they're already getting work experiences here. We are trying to be very collaborative and connective with them. So for example, we're asked if someone does this work for the wellness center, can he have a free pass to go into the wellness center? Something like that. So we're working on those kinds of things for work that's done here. They did actually paint the deck on Folk Manus House for me because it needed to be painted. I asked, they came, they did a great job. And they just did that as a service. So part of what they're learning is that service is a good thing to do, and not everything transacts as money. They're doing something for the community and understanding more about habits of wellness and life. That's basically what I understand. But Emily, if you want to add anything, go please add. I think it's a good thing for Antioch. I think some of them can mature and probably start college here with support. Some probably can.
Here's Penny. Show David some love on this side of the room too.
I just want to add one thing to that. When I got here for a work project, one of the men came over from the West and they said, would you find out if we have permission to mow the lawn here for you? Because we want to keep the place looking nice. And I said, oh, you have permission.
That's what makes it look so great. I mean, honestly, I didn't know they mowed the lawn, but I never saw the lawn look like that before.
Thank you. Deanie Oliva, class of 67. Quick question. Could you talk a little bit about, are we anywhere with SPALT? Corey?
With SPALT, well, with SPALT, as well as with some other buildings such as Coretta Scott King Center, Maples, Case Commons, and land tied to Case Commons, as well as SPALT, the board's not interested in releasing those. So all those are under the board's oversight. And I do say a lot of buyers have approached with interest in buying SPALT. Good number have approached. But so far, we want to find something that fits with being the horseshoe of a college campus, you know? So it has to be something that makes sense. So right now, nothing is happening. And hopefully, eventually, we might be able to restore or renovate some parts of some building. Like, we're sort of doing a small renovation in the main building, things like that. We don't have the money to do a great job or a huge job, but small victories can be had.
I think we got time for maybe
Okay,
one more question.
Sorry.
Madam President, I'd be interested, I'm Bill Newman, class of 72. I'd be interested to know more about the partners you were talking about on the edge of the campus. Hi, Jane.
I know you, right?
Yes, I know your voice too. Nice to meet you in person.
Yes, nice to see you. Sorry, yes.
Could you tell us more about the partners on the edges of the campus? Because I think that's a really important point. I'd like to know who you're thinking about and what those relationships with the college might or might not be.
Well, I don't know if I have any clear partners in mind, but I would say something like partners who would emphasize or point out some of the things that Antioch does well. So right now, I would say maybe partners in arts, or partners in some kind of athletics goes with the wellness center, or partners in diversity, equity, and inclusion, where many colleges now have to close DEI entirely by force of law, but we still committed. If we could get more partners who are able to partner with us, I think that could help spread what Antioch is about, and also possibly help us generate some more cash. I don't have exactly the ideas, but the concept of we're more than a college. Antioch is more than a college, and the more than a college may be able to help us be sustainable in the long run if we build from our strengths. Does that make any sense?
It does. I would like to know whether those are valuable properties and the sale of which to whoever gets it might help be part of an endowment or something to help in the financial picture of the college. I mean, are these assets that are actually valuable that can be turned into cash?
Yes, they are cash and they are valuable. And we have a plan for 3 years as we're building into a sustainable budget. We have some dependence on some of the money from the buildings we sell to have a balanced budget. But we have a 9-year plan. 3 years allows us to have a little money from land or buildings applied to operation with some reserved. Yes. Antioch is, it's hard to say. It's hard to say what Antioch is, but we are becoming more stable and sustainable And it's a process for us to learn now. Because in the past, the budget really was coming from anywhere, not really predictive. Now, this year, we knew what money was going where, we knew what we needed to do, and then we did that. It's a first. And so we hope to continue that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you, President Fernandez. Okay, you can all run off for your photo, and then you can run back for our film panel.
I was saying, I wonder where Andy is. Hi, David. I'm not gonna say hello to this person. Hi. Good, how are you? Oh, nice to see you. Hi. Yeah. I was very stingy on lines. Well, Tony's been doing all the work. Tony's doing the family. I'm just not going to promise my and Steve. We were talking the other day about this, the classes we took with Alumni to get but it was really sociology and anthropology. There was nothing like like when I started. How close did you come? Oh my God. This is terrible. All of these people in my
Oh, good. Did you see the whole thing? I saw your trailer. I saw your trailer. She got mine.
Well, it's that too, but I was assuming that the trailer was focused on because of the question.
Oh, don't worry about it. It is focused on. I mean, it's like her meeting people and trying to convince them.
I saw it at school. sort of won the audience award. Nobody thinks that. Wow. But every audience saw it. Once I figured that we could do the logistics on the street.
I knew you'd come around.
Yeah, I said. You were, no. And the young guys had to get together.
It's like,
No, that was my rationale. I actually spent 40 years right over there. Well, it's a little thing. You have one you can just send, read it off my phone. Normal permanent essays, like. Yes. I actually, when I say that, I said like, this isn't too long. It's really short, it's very small. It's 2 weeks.
what's going on here?
We have,
Well, yeah, just watch it because it went to sleep before, and so that's what happened.
yeah. I like to chat up my panelists before we do the panel.
Yeah, it's fine. Get them relaxed, ready to present.
Yeah, works for me too. You're getting close. Well, you still got a little work to do, don't you, between now and the end of the day?
Well, I've got the tech for
The 10 stuff?
10, I just fixed PowerPoint, so that's working. I had to move tables, so everyone's in front of the monitors now, because they were kind of on the sides. Right?
Yeah.
So I had people do that. First they like put them up so you couldn't get to them. You gotta walk around each one to make sure that people can get
around.
You know, they didn't know. But they fixed it all, so that's good. Yeah, so tech working, but we're not streaming. We have a bad connection out there anyway. So there's one YouTube link that takes a moment to come up, but it's still it just slow. And then they had to put the Alumni Awards thing in there.
Okay.
So we took it out of there.
Yeah. I'm sure Shannon will do that.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. But Shannon had a little difficult this time for no good reason.
Yeah.
And it's been difficult communicating.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe next year, if things are a little more organized up front, it'll be less like
Start
that.
planning off.
Yeah.
So we're not like trying to.
Not on the fly.
Advance, that's good when it's necessary, but when it's not necessary.
We're agile Antiochians.
Yeah. Not anymore. I can live now.
Well, I'm thinking mentally, not physically, particularly.
That's going too. Oh, well, we did have a birthday there. So
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
And then after you, Catherine, we were just around.
Yes, I believe so.
Catherine, right there. Really.
Yeah. Okay, I'll encourage you. More. Yeah, right by the back door there. I saw her do it, and I thought, oh God, and she just loved going this way. Yeah.
I just sent you this one that's like sound already. Because I had to do something for sound.
Let's see. So we're going to start a little bit late because they kind of schedule pictures and all that stuff. You know, I was a lot less relaxed for the table at 10 o'clock because when I just have analysts piece of cake, you know, 'cause I don't have to say much, and I just introduce them, and that's like, okay. But I have a speech. Yeah, well, still, even today. We did a good job. Well, and we moved into new directions this time. So. I'm sorry I didn't come from screening. I was just like born out. Okay, look at this. I have a bio for me. I don't have a most famous word. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Don't need my lecture, but get over there by 5.
He promised to stay up until 5 for y'all.
And he knows me, so yeah. So it's But we had one kid that did that. Yeah, sure is.
Do you know anything about the award plenary next? Are you part of that?
I'm not.
Who would?
I probably Tony would know, I would bet. Yeah.
Yeah, I should take the golf cart. Not actually anymore.
That's reassuring and frightening all at the same time.
Close. Let me give him a couple more minutes, but I think we got enough time. I think we'll be fine. I planned this for 12:50.
I'm still going to stick to my 5%.
Yeah. You can have 7 if you want. I'm going too long. Yeah, I did not.
I never sent you anything. These are really short. I started from a short, simple, credentials.
Yeah, Anthony's my academic advisor. I don't think I was here when you.
Yeah, well, people were pretty quiet for Jane, but I have a feeling you guys are going to get more questions. So let's see.
This, should I grab it? Should I grab a bottle of water or something?
Yeah, you might.
Is there a question? I just have a sip of water.
Okay, he's going to go drink water. Oh.
We should get like a little table. Like a TV show.
You're ready for 10 minutes. No, I think you really should do this. That's true. I didn't play to your expertise. But I did play to my panels. Yeah, just so I think I'm gonna that wasn't you. I love it. Okay, if everybody could grab a seat, I think we could get restarted here. Fingers crossed on the tech. Okay, welcome to our afternoon panel of Antioch Filmmakers. My name is David Southern, again, class of 73. I've been very excited about this panel ever since I got the idea to try and set it up. And it's an amazing thing. And let's see, have one announcement to make, and that is that the shop that sells all the kachi and this kind of thing, swag, will be open till 5 o'clock. So don't go running out now, but you know, after this is over, maybe you can go over and buy a few things. Another announcement. So Antioch has had I would say, an amazing history of producing really great filmmakers. From the early days of Rod Serling and The Twilight Zone, and John Cordy's 9 Emmy Awards in 1974 for the autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman, to the Julia Reichert and Steve Bogner's Best Documentary Oscar in 2019 for American Factory, Antioch Filmmakers have been putting out really quality work. I am honored that I have 5 of our filmmakers here, spanning some years, not as many years as I had originally planned. And let me make an apology right now. I did have 3 women who are going to be on this panel, but for various circumstances and cancellations, I am stuck with 5 men. But I tried, yeah. Nevertheless, we did do that. Yeah. I knew you would. That's why I had to mention it. So I've asked each filmmaker to answer 2 questions, and they're probably going to deviate this because I now have film clips to illustrate their work for you. But the first question was what their Antioch experience was like, and the second question was how did it influence their career. And I think in the discussion, and we'll have time after the presentations and a few film clips to discuss what questions you have. But I think in talking about that, you'll get a sense of the history of how filmmaking changed at Antioch over the years, which I think is really important. And there were some really interesting things that happened here pretty much before it happened most other places. So that's the start. So I have arranged our panelists in order of graduation. And the first graduate filmmaker is Carl Grossman, who you got a long introduction to last night, if you were there for dinner. But I still have an introduction for him, nevertheless. So Carl is a full-time professor of journalism at the State University of New York. He's taught there since 1978 and host since 1991 of the TV program Enviro Close-Up with Carl Grossman, nationally broadcast by Free Speech TV on nearly 200 cable TV systems in 40 states and on the major satellite TV networks. He's the author of 7 books, so he's 6 ahead of me, recipient of numerous journalism honors, including the George Polk, James Aronson, Leo Goodman, and John Peter Zenger Awards, former co-anchor of the nightly news on Long Island's WSNL-TV, program host on Long Island's PBS station, WLIW-TV, and chief investigative reporter at Long Island WVVH-TV. And you heard a lot about his journalistic endeavors last night. He's written thousands of articles that have appeared in publications, including the New York Times, Newsday, USA Today, and The Nation, and in recent years, websites including Counterpunch and National Change. His column, which he began when he also specialized in investigative reporting in the daily Long Island Press, runs weekly in Long Island newspapers. He's a recipient this year at our reunion, as you know from last night. His inspiration, he says, for going into journalism was in Antioch as an Antiochian co-op in 1960 at the Cleveland Press. He says that through Antioch, he found his profession, his wife, Janet Kopp. They met in their first weeks as students here in 1959 and have been married for 63 years, longer than me. Okay. Also, if you would like to, I forget that part. Anyway, I've used up Carl's time now, so we'll move on. Now, I give you Carl Grossman.
Hello. Pleasure to be here. Just let me start by repeating it's been my guiding light in a long career in journalism. And it was a co-op. I didn't plan to get into journalism. My plan was to become a college professor, university professor, which I ended up becoming in any case. But the co-op, as was mentioned, was at the Cleveland Press. And again, as I noted last night, when I received the Horace Mann Award, it's been my guiding light, the Antioch Co-op, to what I've done in journalism. The corny story above the entrance of the Cleveland Press was the newspaper's motto, "Give light and the people will find their own way." And as a copy boy, sometimes I'd work the night shift and you get a call about something happening in Cleveland. You gave a memo to the city desk, or something in Shaker Heights, a memo to the suburban desk, or if it was a tale of injustice or danger or corruption, I would put together a memo to a group of investigative reporters at the press. And then upon documenting and publishing the information that I provided, half the time took a few weeks, but once there was a publication of the story, a resolution of the problem. And as an 18-year-old kid from Queens, New York, this was to me absolutely so neat and so important and crucial to in fact, democracy. Now, I became a newspaper reporter right off at the Long Island Press, which was comparable to the Cleveland Press. Neither exist these days, which is a good an epitaph to so much of print journalism. But 50 plus years ago, I was on a Meet the Press kind of show on Long Island, interviewing congressional candidates, and Frank Civiello, who was the program director of WLIW, the PBS station on Long Island, came down after the show was over and said, "You're so warm on television," which is a commentary on the nature of the media, how to become a college professor finally in media, I had to get a graduate degree. I got it at New School and learned about the non-cognitive nature of television. What television best transmits is emotion, feeling, not fact. And in fact, there's a saying when you make documentaries, you narrate fact, you film emotion. It's problematic in that way. For example, I've written bunches of books. I wrote one book about the use of nuclear power in space, and the accidents have occurred and so forth. And it's called The Wrong Stuff. And a friend of mine, Eric Nadler, who's actually a filmmaker, worked for Frontline for many years. He saw the documentary, very impressed, and he told his brother, Jerry Nadler, who's a congressman, no ignition. It just didn't happen. So I sent The Wrong Stuff, the book, to Jerry, and suddenly I got a call from Washington. We'll do a press conference in front of the Capitol. And what I've tried to do, which is about film and media, visual media today, is to kind of use all means available to provide light, to give light. I've done radio, lots of radio. I was the New York correspondent for WBAI, which is a Pacifica station in New York for many years. I did commentary on radio stations, RCA and PBX. I write now lots for the internet. Still have a newspaper column, do magazine pieces and so forth. But these days, television is and it's not just on television, it's on computers. The most important, I think, the most important means of communication. It's what people most respond to, even though it can be very superficial, and not really, well, for example, with the nuclear in space, The Wrong Stuff begins with all kind of facts, with, in fact, what has happened when there's been accidents and plutonium has been released and cancer rates and so forth, and interviews with experts. But in the video, that wouldn't play. 1 minute into that video, it was titled Nukes in Space, the Nuclearization and Weaponization of the Heavens. NASA was planning to do the Cassini launch with plutonium, lots of plutonium on this space probe. And a minute into the documentary is a picture of the Titan rocket, which was to take up the probe, the Cassini probe. In an earlier, it was a Titan rocket like was to be used in the Cassini shot, blowing up in California. Again, you film emotion for better and for worse. So that's why I try to, I like to do everything in media. I'm a professor of journalism, as was mentioned, at the State University of New York at Old Westbury, which Antioch students were involved in planning. And it's the most comparable school in the country to Antioch. It's interdisciplinary. It's committed totally to, from the beginning, to social justice, to social change. Very comfortable place for me to work. These days, in being a professor and trying to guide students into a rapidly changing field of media, how do I do it? In fact, that was a question asked last night. And what I tell them is to, like in the movie The Graduate, the guy tells the young graduate, plastic. I tell my students digital. And I run an internship program placing students very much based on I started it as soon as I got to Old Westbury in '78 on the Antioch co-op program. So I place students in media throughout the New York area. And I try to stress to them, let's do a varied group because there's so much change happening. Look at the two dailies that I was at dead. How do you survive in media when the new program director comes in and fires everybody at the radio station. You know, Friday afternoon, it's all over for you. So what I try to do is to get the students to learn. When I first started, they had a stream, print, broadcast, no streams anymore. I would like the students to take courses in print, because the way internet communication is based, it's like a newspaper story, shorter, of course. Learn that. Learn to do newscasting. It's the reporter as the performer. Learn to do that. Learn video, and learn all ends of video, not just performing, but doing editing, which is 90%, frankly, of good video. So vary your approach to your entry into this field, and that could be a good survival tool. If it wasn't for Antioch and that co-op in Cleveland, and seeing those investigative reporters at the Cleveland Press just change things. I grew up in Queens. I mean, it's hard to remember what you wanted to be when you were 14 years old. But I was an Eagle Scout in Queens, and there was an Eagle Scout day, and they placed me, and this I remember clearly, with the president of Queens College. So clearly I'd wanted to be an academic. But when I came here, and I come from a family committed to social change and social action, and a background very focused on that, and seeing what you can do through journalism, what you can do through media, I changed the course of my life. Ultimately, again, being an academic, but also being a journalist. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carl. So next we have Jim Klein, who was a graduate. Okay, sorry. Apologies. Okay, so next we have Jim Klein, who was a graduate of 1972. And Jim Klein met Julia Reichert, and his first film class ever answered at Antioch in 1968. Together, they co-produced and directed 4 films. The first, Growing Up Female, was actually made at Antioch and went on to be the first featured documentary of the third wave feminist movement. 2 of the films are on the National Registry at the Library of Congress, and 2 of the films were nominated for Academy Awards. Jim went on to make 2 other documentaries, each of which was broadcast nationally on the POV television series on PBS. After 1996, Jim focused on editing rather than film producing. He edited many nationally recognized and award-winning films. Jim and Julia were also leaders in the development of the independent film movement, starting New Day Films, which still exists. Today, a leading cooperative distributor of social issue documentaries with several hundred filmmakers. And they taught for 30 years, he and Julia, at Wright State University. So I give you Jim Klein.
Thank you. So, and the other films, I'll just give you the titles real quick, because I think some of you will probably know them. Union Maids, Seeing Red, and people don't know as much, Methadone, An American Way of Dealing, which was about the Nixon program, just flooding methadone into very young addicts in a very bad way. And then on my own, I made a film called Taken for a Ride, which was about the GM and the auto industry sort of destroying a public transportation in this country. And then Letter to the Next Generation, which was about what was happening to college students in the Reagan eras, and they were becoming very conservative. And it was sort of a rumination on that, looking back at the Kent State massacre and sort of the activist politics of the earlier time. I want to talk almost entirely about Antioch. It's because Antioch, I would say it changed my life, but I really say it made my life. I was really an unformed person when I came to Antioch. I was very disaffected. I just, I wasn't like a rebel in school. I was just like a nebbish. I was just nothing. I applied to Antioch because my sister had applied there and not gotten in, and I didn't even visit. I had no idea what it was going to be like. And I showed up the first day, and it was like I had made the luckiest accident in the history of the world. It was like from the very first day, I felt like I'm in the right place. These are the right people. And talking about Antioch, I was in the first year of the first year program, very controversial program over much time. And I have to say, in that first year, I did almost zero academic work because I was out, but I needed that. I probably would have flunked out of a regular university at that point because I had so much growing up and so much learning to be a human being to do. And being at Antioch, it was just around me so centrally. I mean, I arrived and there was a young woman, we were all young, a woman who was like in jail in Cincinnati and had been on the cover of Life magazine on a hunger strike against the Vietnam War. I think her name was DeCourcy Squire, though I may be wrong about that. The barbershop thing had just happened, you know, in terms of integration. You know, it was just like a different world, and just sitting around the common room and just learning about the world and even learning how to relate to other people and stuff like that. I mean, that was my education. In terms of culture, the theater at that point was like amazing. I saw in that first quarter a production of Ubuwa, which is like an incredibly experimental, wonderful thing. And Marat Saad, which really was brand new at the time, had really been done almost nowhere else, but the faculty was so advanced and the students were so advanced. And then I saw the Antioch Adventure, which had been made just right before that, and that seemed amazing, you know, to do it. And I knew about Peter Adair, who had made a documentary, The Holy Ghost People, at that time, and he went on to be a leading filmmaker in the gay and lesbian film movement. Was one of the people that made The Word Is Out, with the first real big film about gay rights in the United States. And so there was this just inspiring community. Ultra Bunda was putting on theater. It was just like this amazing environment to be in. And you had to create your own education about it. I was the first people, I think many people have now used this title, but I was the first person, my own independent major to graduate in documentary arts, which I invented. And the majority of the coursework was independent studies. It was like, Julia taught me still photography. I taught her radio. We made projects and we got credit for them. We did all kinds of stuff. And, you know, and Growing Up Female was actually Julia's senior project. And we got support. We got $400 in a fund that was for like people doing media. The New Women's Center gave us $400. We did a lot of legal little things to get like hundreds of dollars more. And we made this film on like nothing. And then I had 2 more years to go at Antioch, and we started the distribution here at Antioch College. I actually learned how to use an offset press with an old guy who was a wobbly printer, you know, and I learned how to make plates and how to not only run, but fix a broken down, you know, and we made 10,000 brochures in terms of it. We held a stuffing party, which people thought was going to be about food. Eric Johnson, who was here, was at that party, and it was really to stuff 10,000 envelopes with these Antioch printed brochures. And, you know, it was like a prairie fire, and that took off, the women's movement of that time. And Growing Up Female helped that energy happen, and that movement helped Growing Up Female happen. We had no intent. I met Julia in the first film class at Antioch, and it was in the art department, the class, and the filmmaker was a guy named David Brooks, who was like 24 years old and had come from New York. He had been an experimental filmmaker. He had won the Ann Arbor Film Festival, which was the biggest experimental film festival in the country at that time. And, you know, we did things like make this things that look like film and take pieces of photographic paper and put leaves on them and just like all kinds of experimental stuff. But there was a sense at that moment that the entire alternative cultural community, that we were bonded together in a community, whether it was the artists or whether it was like the experimental filmmakers or whether it was the social political filmmakers, we all felt that, you know, we needed to change the world together. And the thing that was really, I think, really significant is we got a sense that we could do that. We could, in fact, do it. We saw other people our age doing it. We saw the development of the alternative press, all around the country. We just I swam in a sea of people that were reinventing the culture in many ways and things that we now take for granted, and many of which are now dying in the digital age, unfortunately. But it made it possible to do what we did. And at Antioch, I had to learn the skills of creating my education. I had to learn how to get the resources. I had to learn how to find the people to help and stuff like that. When I got out of Antioch, we were so ahead of the game in terms of most people who were doing this sort of independent work, because our experience at Antioch had been kind of as independent producers, and community and independence are the two terms that for me came out of Antioch and shaped my entire life. I could go on and on, but I feel like I'm probably almost done with my time. Okay, let me just look. I'll just mention that there was a senior in my freshman class, Jay Tuck, and he was a economics major who had realized he hated economics. And so he had decided he was going to be a filmmaker, and he decided to make 2 short films to be his calling card when he got out of Antioch. And he in fact did that, and he went to New York, and there was a documentary filmmaker who made a big documentary about Martin Luther King at the time, Richard. Anybody know who I'm talking about? Anyway, he got a job in the cutting room there with these resources and went on and went to Germany as a conscientious objector and wound up being a big person in German television afterward. But he saw me, I was a music major. I thought I was going to go into music. And he got me to do the scores for these 2 little films. And he had been a student manager of WYSO. He had been the sound person on the Antioch Adventure. And I would sit at his shoulder, and he was my mentor. He was my teacher, really, about how to do this and how to put things together and how to produce and how to get people to do stuff for you that was ridiculous. I remember when we were recording the music, there was somebody who was in the Dayton Symphony and was supposed to be at a concert, and our recording went way long. And somehow Jay talked him into skipping this professional thing and staying and recording our stuff. Just all these skills of life, Antioch was so brilliant at. And then New Day Films, there's no way we would have decided to do it ourselves in terms of distribution. We had been offered a distribution deal from Grove Crest Films at the time, which was doing that stuff. But we asked them how they would reach the women's movement. They were not interested. We asked about discounts for community groups. They were not interested. And after having this really fancy lunch in the Greenwich Village Italian restaurant, the type of experience I'd never had before, with a cup of espresso at the end even, we just looked at each other and we decided we can do this ourselves. We can do this ourselves. And we, as I say, we started New Day Films here. In about a year, it just took off, it was first films by and about women. I was this oddity of history that I was actually the co-maker of this first feminist film. And on many posters for showing at different communities, I was billed as J. Klein rather than James Klein. Although I have to say, I went to many screenings as well, and I was always treated well. It was not like that. But these experiences, I'll say that when we would go, it was a lot of grassroots and going hand to mouth. And we would go to universities with the film. A group of 5 women would have gotten together and invited us to come down. And we had actually made a poster form that we could send out, that they could Xerox and use for it. And, the feminist movement was really starting to bubble. It wasn't really taking off, but we would come in and it would be a room like this full of people and to show the film, and with just a few women having organized it. And I remember at these screenings, the women almost always would say, look, we're going to watch the film and then we're going to break into discussion groups, the women all together and the men all together. And invariably the men would get really upset about this, really, really upset. That's not fair and stuff. And so they would say, okay, well, we'll have then mixed groups and just women's group. And if men wanted to have groups, they could do that. And in fact, almost all the women would go to the groups that were only women. And we would find out a week later, they had started a chapter of their own of women's liberation, and within 6 months had a women's center at the university. I watched this happen all over the country. I watched, because we were doing our distribution, I watched the distribution start at the big universities and the big liberal cities and move through the whole society. And I knew that, women's liberation really taken off when we actually started getting business in the South. I saw the change of America. So I had this sense that media could change society. Everybody at that point used to say, films never changed anything. They're interesting to see. They're from the heart, but they never make social change. Our experiences at Antioch and beyond really put the lie to that. And I guess I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you. I'm at the mic.
Yes, it's working.
Hang on. Okay. And stories like that, that's why I really love putting these panels together. Okay. So a panel on filmmakers wouldn't be right without having some film, right? Audiovisual here. So I'm going to take a quick break here for a second and play a video of Anna Lavatelli, who's the head of the media group here at the college now, with sort of a little introduction to her and to the program.
Hi, I'm Anna Chiaretto Lavatelli, the new professor in media arts here at Antioch. I am so sorry that I can't be there in person, but I wanted you to at least be able to connect a face to a name and update you on media arts here. I came here this past fall on what kind of felt like a leap of faith, and I have to say I have full faith now in the school and the program and what we're doing. There's so much talent and so much excitement around media, and this past year, we have accomplished so much. I really hope that you got to see some of the selected student films at the screening Friday night. That included experimental films, some of our students' first films ever, as well as films from the collaboration that I did with the Antioch Farm this past spring. So it's a really exciting time. I'm so proud of what the students are doing. And I am making all kinds of fun projects happen. We've been pulling down analog video equipment to build what I've been calling the experimental media lab. We built a voiceover booth for basic students. And I even went to the East Coast this past spring to pick up a very generous donation from an Antioch alumni of 20 iMac computers to upgrade our lab. There's still so much more to be done, and I am really excited to be charting the future of this program because there are so many possibilities. And I hope that if we haven't met already, that I get the chance to meet you soon. And I also hope that you are having an absolutely fabulous alumni weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, whoops.
You want a cigar?
No thanks. Sorry. Oh, I get rid of this. Let's see. All right, try this again. Okay, now I'm ready. So you can, well, I don't know if you want to come back. So let me introduce Tony. Yeah, we can come back with the talk. And I'll intersperse the films along with your discussion, I think. Whoa. All right, Eric, hands off. No. Okay, so our next filmmaker is Tony Hariza. If you were here for Volunteer Work Project, you would have possibly seen his film on Wednesday night that was shown at the Little Art Theater. I'm probably going to let him introduce himself with additional information, but let me ask the question. Do you want me to run the trailer first or you want to do an intro first? Okay.
And David is just covering for me because I didn't send him his David is. Hello?
Yeah, you got it.
David is covering for me because I didn't send him the paragraph he asked for introduction, but that's fine. We'll talk about some of the things I've done post Antioch, but I'm most interested in trying to capture a little bit about my Antioch experience. And it's, you know, I've been asking people about the spectrum of if you have to put a number 1 to 10 on your Antioch experience, and 10 is one of the best things in my life, and 1 is kind of disappointed. The people here are way on the 10 scale, and I'm at the end of the 10 scale. This was really for me, Jim, not to quote Jim Klein, it changed my life. Well, he actually said it a little differently, but it really invented me in a way. I came from a small town, under 10,000 people in the mountains of Oregon, in a big family, had a great childhood, but we had no money to go anywhere, so I hadn't been anywhere. I didn't come to see the college. So getting here and finding out what was available and trying to recap it, I am so impressed with what Antioch provided for me. Now, the impact, the question was, what was your Antioch experience like? And then how did that affect your career? So I think it did a couple of things for me. It taught me that I could be a maker, and it taught me that I love to work collaboratively. And those two things have really infused my life, and it was very important. And I learned those things through the people I met, both faculty and staff. I mean, what was important were those folks, and then the second most important thing was the things I learned, both the how to do things, how to make things, that I could do things. The third thing was things I learned about myself. So I started to make this list, and I hope this doesn't end up being boring, but to give an idea about what Antioch could offer somebody who turned up here, I also had not a clue about what I was getting. I told this story in another panel, but my one of my sisters and her husband picked up a hitchhiker on the way to Prague to visit in Czechoslovakia because our background is Czech and the Prague Spring had happened. It was the spring of '68. They picked up a hitchhiker who happened to be from Antioch. He told them about the school, and they told me, this is perfect for you, mainly because of the co-op program. So these opportunities were why I came, and I found out there was a lot more to Antioch. But what I want to talk about was the opportunities that I had, both co-op and on campus. And I just tried to make a quick summary, and I'll tell you just a little about each of them. So I got here. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I thought I might want to be a journalist, but I'd been involved in the theater a lot in high school. So I also was part of the first year program. So I will admit, I was not very successful in terms of investing myself academically, but I was very engaged in activities. And one of them, I got my campus job was at the theater, and I was doing theater tech and working with Jim Rose, and I learned so much about lighting and sound and just that I was capable, stuff I didn't learn in high school. I volunteered at the Antioch Record, and I had both photographs and articles published. And I was, so the learning from that, they weren't the best articles and they weren't even the best photographs, but they convinced me that I could do things. My first co-op was with a professional photographer in Oregon. In that case, it was not very creative. I was doing school pictures, but he sent me off in a van with some equipment and some instructions. And I arrived at the school and did school pictures. And I was 18. I was barely out of school myself. And I did learn that there are ways to make better and worse pictures with kids. And I got better. My second co-op was with WNYC in New York. I was hired as a tape editor. I knew nothing about tape editing. They showed me some basic stuff. I basically had to take out bad words and sometimes shorten programs. But I had a really nice coach at the job, my supervisor. He loved Antioch. Antioch had a reputation, and he nurtured me in that ability. Because of that, I thought maybe I'm interested in radio. So I came back that was my second co-op. I came back instead of getting a different co-op, I came back and co-opted at WYSO, which turned out to open up all kinds of experiences for me. And just a shout out to Jim Bailey, who some of you may know, and Steve Lewis, who were mentors. And I'm going to say a few, I'm going to open that story and I'm going to close it at the end. But I got to learn to produce and to, Steve taught me to record. I didn't know much about audio recording and kind of sophisticated recording. So I learned from him first, and then I got to produce a couple of things myself. One was we put a bunch of people in the car and drove to Ivydale, West Virginia for the Morris Family Music Festival. It was an old-timey festival. One of the other people I remember in the car, some of you may know Peter Costantini. That's when I became friends with Peter. But that, I was on my own. I took the big Ampex, I set the stuff up, and I recorded this 3-day festival. I still have the tapes, and they're still at WISO. But I also recorded a concert. I met a guy in the theater who was he had come to play with Cecil Taylor. His name was Bruce Baker, and he asked me if I could record. He had a jazz combo. They were going to perform in Kelly Hall. He asked me if I could record it. Well, I was a little nervous that I could do a good job. So Steve was really the engineer. I was the producer, and we recorded, about a 2-hour concert that was just stunning. It was really beautiful. So I kept the tapes. I gave some to WISO, and I carried them for about 30 to maybe 40 years and finally got rid of them. I'm going to close with the end of that story. I met Bob Devine. I took 3 classes with Bob. We talked a little bit about Bob the other night. I won't go into details, but I met Andy in that period. We did the Antioch TV news. We kept making things and having a way to show them, and they weren't always the best things, but we were able to make things. My next job was with the Smithsonian at the National Collection of Fine Arts. And I got there, and the woman, she, again, the predecessor was a good, co-op, and I was welcomed. The only thing she didn't like was that I refused to use a secretary, because I just thought it was somehow, I'm not going to have somebody else do my work. Just, you have to learn to have the secretary type your work. But I didn't. But when she learned that I knew most of the stuff from Bob Devine, this was early black and white video, Portapak video, that the Smithsonian, a bunch of the institutions had bought equipment and didn't know what to do with it. So she let me go from institution to institution, consolidate all this equipment at the National Collection of Fine Arts, and offer video courses to, now I barely knew this much, offer video courses to staff at the Smithsonian. My next co-op was the Portland Learning Community had formed a relationship with Antioch, and they came to recruit students. This was a group of people, faculty and staff, who left Reed College to start an intentional community for this kind of experiential education. I learned there that just how much I liked collective activity and communal living, and I was just there for a quarter, but I loved it. Now, I was from a big family. These things came back to influence my life really strongly. Then, and this is not exact order, but I was in Kelly Hall, and I saw this documentary film called Growing Up Female, and I'd never seen a documentary film. I'd seen educational films in school. I'd never had a film that made me feel anything. And then these people told me that it was made by students, and then I found out these students were teaching a student-initiated course, that you could do that at that time. You had an idea, you're a student, you can teach a course. It's called Media as Propaganda. We read Chairman Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum to cultural workers. But the reason we did that was because they felt like media was something that could change the world, and that it wasn't just something to, educate and inform, but you really could use it as a powerful tool. And that had a big influence on my life as well. And it wasn't just the philosophical part. It was that we went through all these basic skills. We did interviews, and we did them badly, and we had to take out every and every time we interrupted. And it was the most rigorous course I ever had at Antioch. It went way beyond 3. It was a 3-credit course, but I spent probably 75% of my time on it. Next, I got a co-op job with the American Friends Service Committee, in which my job was to take slideshows around to colleges. I went to Central State and Wilberforce and Wilmington, and what's the one in Springfield? Wittenberg, and use the media to get them to talk about the Vietnam Wars, mainly using something called the automated air war. So I learned the power of, oh, you show this thing, people will talk. I learned a lot. That was a co-op. Then I was ready to go on AEA, and mostly people went to Tübingen. I wanted to learn German because I was Czech, and I thought if I learned German, I might someday be able to go there, but I didn't. But I went to Germany. Most of the people were going to Tübingen. Oh, time? Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm almost done. In Germany, I got to take a course that was called Film and Photography for Social Work, which was another level of learning about how these tools could be applied. I ended up in Baltimore, at the Baltimore campus. I ran out of money because of the financial aid crisis, but I dropped in and took courses in film and international film. So I learned that the very end was I had met enough people on campus who were doing different work, and I got to work on the film Men's Lives, and then I got to work on the beginning of the film. Jim was talking about Methadone, An American Way of Dealing. At the end of college, and maybe Andy will talk about it, we all ended up moving in together and working together for about 10 years. Oh, yeah, sorry. If I can have 30 more seconds. The end of the story about the concert I and Steve recorded was, I was here about a year ago and was in the WISO archives, and I saw that they still had these tapes. And so I wondered whatever happened to Bruce Baker. So I looked him up online. It turned out that Bruce and his girlfriend at the time, now I'm going to space on her name, but who's a flautist, went to Africa on AEA, got deeply involved in African music, came back and he changed his name to Idris Akamor, and they'd had a 50-year career with freeform jazz with a group called the Pyramids. I went home. 3 weeks later, they played in Philly. I went to the concert, hoping to talk to Bruce, Idris, and before the concert, I went to the restroom and he was coming out. I told him, I said, you probably don't even remember this, but I recorded this concert. WISO still has the tapes. And he said, we just made a double album set of that recording. And I'm like, you got to be kidding. Like, I had the tapes. He said, no, I had the master tapes. And so I bought the album. It's available if anybody wants me to talk to me. It's a beautiful album.
We're going to be selling it in the lobby.
Okay, and now you actually get a film clip trailer of Tony's work here.
You can play the 1 minute one. Just play the 1 minute.
Which one's the 1 minute? Artist Survival?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 minute.
Facing the Wind was the one at the Little Art Theater, by the way.
Love grows here. Love grows at a place called the Kensington storefront.
And she talked about going through some things. We all go through things. And it's rough.
Inside, like I'm hurting and I need connection. And with addiction, it's just even more so, I think.
We try to create a safe space, like calming, loving, warming, like you're coming home.
This place is like a place where you can actually get away. Be anybody you want to be, any artist you want to be, and it's great to have that opportunity because out there you don't get that.
Well, okay, let me.
Shall I jump in, David?
Let me read Andy's bio here. And then we'll get to film. And we'll play them in the order that you gave me, or?
I think you were right. I will talk first.
Okay, you got it. Andy Garrison, class of 74, lives in Austin, Texas, and is a member of the Cinema Audio Society as a production mixer. He was a member of IATSE, whatever that means, Local 52, for 20 years. Garrison was also an independent director whose work has earned Guggenheim, Rockefeller, NEA, and AFI fellowships. He recently retired from teaching production and audio at the University of Texas at Austin and is now a professor emeritus. He continues to produce and direct his own work and enjoys freelancing as a production sound recordist and sound designer for other filmmakers. So I give you Andy Garrison, my old friend, yes.
My old friend. Yeah, it's so wonderful to be here and see you all. I was thinking about why we are all here. Pretty much the same reason, because this was a transforming experience. And you're hearing our stories, and I know every one of you has a similar story in a different direction. So I feel like I hope we get to have a little conversation as well. Tony went through this incredible list of co-op jobs, and I'm like flabbergasted. I've known him for 53 years. I didn't know most of that. My list of co-op jobs was like, I was a dishwasher, I was a bicycle messenger boy, I was an art model. I just had the crappiest, most unconnected to anything I would have done jobs, and probably helped really make me a documentary filmmaker. Because I had these amazing experiences. And one of the things I learned from Antioch was that I could just do that. I could go out in the world and I could find things and I can meet people, and whatever I got interested in could be actually interesting to other people. And that was a tremendous experience. I have notes. I should look at my notes before I go off on a different tangent. This will open for me. Oh, not so well. Part of what happened at Antioch was meeting these people, and Eric and Sherry, who's not here, a whole bunch of people who, by interacting here, I learned that not only could I do the things I thought would be interesting, but I could work with other people and make stuff that would have a profound effect. Tony didn't mention, well, I was in the Olive Kettering Library, and there was this young woman, of course, as Jim said, we were all young, and she was making show card press posters. And it was this girl, Julia Reichert, and she said, I'm having a movie screening in like a week, and I'm making the posters. You ought to come. And so that's how I got connected and met Julia, and then much later met Jim after I graduated. But Eric and Tony and Sherry and I, who am I leaving out? All right, we made a political media collective after graduating from here, from knowing each other here, from working on WISO, from working together in video, from meeting Bob Devine and being in these amazing courses with Bob, where he would just say, "Go do things," and you could do it. We made this other thing. I mean, think that Jim and Julia were directing us in a beautifully political way. I never got to take Jim and Julia's class, Media is Propaganda. I went to the class, and on the first day they said, "We don't want any white men in this class." And I said, okay. So I didn't get to have that experience, but Tony stuck it out. And so what I learned much later is that's what you have to do. You got to stick it out. It's also a great documentary lesson. The first documentary that I saw here was a pirated version of Frederick Wiseman's Titicut Follies that Bob Devine was showing. Do y'all remember that? They were bicycling this around the country as a 16mm print because it was illegal to show it. And that was one of those experiences of like, oh, I was blown away by this. And then growing up female, that not only could this guy in Boston make stuff, but undergraduates can make stuff. And I didn't know that I would become a filmmaker. It wasn't a thing that was even in the mind of children growing up in the 60s. And I'm the first in my family to go to college. All my life, my parents were saying, you're going to go to college. And, when I got here, it was like, what is this? I had no idea. And luckily, it was Antioch. I knew I wanted to go to this place because it would allow you to sort of create your own course, to move in your own direction. But the other thing was to be able to work every 3 months in the world and do something practical and meet people and participate with people in the world was phenomenal. And that was an amazing growth for me, helped make me who I am. So from that period, we continued to work together for about 12 years, I guess, as the Dayton Community Media Workshop. It was called the Media House. We were all also making work independently. I continue to show my work and get responses from these people. And so it's been a lifelong connection, and I treasure it. I'm not sure what else I have to say about this. I guess you want to roll some tape and we'll take a look. What am I leaving something out? Many things, which is what you're supposed to do, right?
I didn't even mention media.
Yeah. So these are trailers from a few films that I've made. So they're, just to give you, it's a hook.
VLC doesn't close captioning. VLC doesn't do it automatically, so you can't do it unless they're already.
Never mind. I think the files I sent were closed captions, but you'll about to find out. While he's looking, the other thing that I met fabulous people here, including Wendy Ewald, photographer Wendy Ewald, and I made a documentary about Wendy's work with children in Appalachia, where she taught kids and worked with them to make photographs. And that led me to work with Apple Shop, a media arts center in the mountains of Eastern Kentucky for 15 years. And so I'm deeply connected to the region, and a lot of my work has come from there and continues to come from there. And that's been a game changer, a life-changing experience for me. Are we ready?
No.
I got tuning jokes.
David's not quite sure how to get out of the screen. Take it out of full screen.
Thanks very much.
Ah, thank you. All right. Go back to where we were. Okay, we'll get some this.
So this is a fiction film.
You want a cigar?
No thanks, I don't smoke.
That's okay. Take it home to your mommy. Ah! My God, this is a wild side of life, ain't it, Wilkes?
You think about your dad much?
Yeah, I think about him.
Thought Billy was going to turn out better.
Cindy's looking for something worthless to take up with. She sure found it.
You really going?
California.
You want to say a few words?
This is actually 3 short stories by a Kentucky writer named Gurney Norman. And the first of them is Fat Monroe, and it had a life of its own as a short film. It premiered at the New York Film Festival with To Sleep with Anger, which is an amazing thing, in Lincoln Center. And I was oblivious because there was a standing ovation and I couldn't even remember it. It was such a great experience for me to just see it in that setting. And then 2 other films. They're all combined now into this one piece. And if you want to see it, Ned Beatty is great in the first film. I'm close friends with a number of the people in the other films, and a lot of people, including Steve Bognar and Julia, worked on these films. And you can see them on YouTube if you look up the Wilga stories, and it's for free.
Third Ward, Texas. In my neighborhood where I was raised, it looks like a bomb had been dropped down in there. The house that I was born in, torn down. The house that I was raised in for like 14 years is torn down.
When Project Row House, this neighborhood was reborn. It was reborn.
The theory was to utilize artists' involvement to resolve a community dilemma.
Just because you're poor doesn't mean that, you can't have beauty around you. Looking at someone else take you seriously, I think that gives the men and women and children in that community a sense of who they are, a sense of great power.
real estate speculation has already begun.
Fourth Ward's just gone. I happened to go down there. I'm like, damn, I went down Gray Street and it was gone. If people maybe had a part of the vision to see what the future, maybe look at some of the blueprints to see what's going to happen, because it's just gone.
It's happening in Baltimore. It's happening in Chicago. You know, it's happening in Atlanta, Cincinnati. It's happening everywhere. And you see old Black communities being kind of squeezed and altered and changed.
And the question is, where do they go? Maybe they go to suburbia. I don't know where they go.
People in those communities already know what the issues are. We don't need people to come back and tell us what the issues are. We already know. We see it. We live it. If you're an artist and you're creative, why can't you create some kind of solution?
So this is about Project Row Houses in Houston, which is a remarkable experiment in public art and community building founded by 7 local African-American artists. And it's been going on now since 1995, I think. And it's pretty phenomenal. And so Third Ward, Texas, I recommend to you.
This one's my favorite.
I'm Allison.
Hi, Allison.
I'm a choreographer. I'm going to work with you guys to choreograph a little production with all the trucks. So I need to be talking with you because I think you need to be in it.
Really? This lady's crazy. How are we gonna make trucks dance?
We do a lot of projects with people you don't typically think of as dancers. So we're doing this show. So you guys are performers.
No.
Anybody who wouldn't mind me coming out on route with you one day? You don't have to commit to dancing right now. That's dancing to me right there. I mean, you're coordinating space-time and energy. So we need you in the show.
Doing some sort of a movement.
That's going to be great. This truck will come, and because we don't want to back in, it'll just come in around like this. There's always a part in the process when I'm making something when I'm terrified that it is not going to work. And what in the world was I thinking?
You're starting to doubt yourself. But it's gonna be okay. We're gonna pull it out.
Let's pretend all this worked.
Thank you. That's available on Prime and Hulu. It was a lot of the work I've done has been about seeing artists work with people and making things that change lives. And so this was one of those things. And also you got to meet the people who do the dirtiest job in the city. And that's what it was really about for me. I had no idea whether there was going to be anything, except I knew there was a dance performance at the end of a year when she started writing out, and it would either be terrible or wonderful. And meanwhile, I got to meet people and film them, and meet people, hear about their lives, and that's what the film becomes. It's leading up to that performance and her trying to convince people, and you get to meet them.
Thank you. Okay, our last and most contemporary filmmaker is Ed Koziarski, a graduate of '97 with his wife, Junko Kajino, who is there. And they made the documentary video project Uncanny Terrain, following organic farmers in Fukushima, Japan, fighting for their land and their communities against nuclear, social, and economic fallouts from the meltdown of the Fukushima Daiichi reactor. Their narrative features the first breath of Tengen Rei is the story of an Okinawan woman who kidnaps the teenage son of a U.S. Marine who assaulted her when she was 16. Their films have screened at international festivals, including Hawaii, Chicago, and Cinequest, and screened at independent venues across Japan, the US, and Europe. They also make TV, commercial, and nonprofit video and photo projects through their company, Homesick Blues Productions. Ed has written about film, media, and the arts for productions, including Filmmaker Magazine, The Chicago Reader, Time Out Chicago, and New City Chicago. He worked for Chicago Access Network Television as a police reporter. Wow, and as a police reporter. All right, so be it. I give you Ed Kosciuszko.
I have a little bit of imposter syndrome sitting up here with these folks. I continue to aspire to make the kind of work that has had the kind of impact that these gentlemen have made, but we're still at it. So I wasn't like, I guess like maybe everyone here, I didn't come to Antioch planning to make films. I was a writer, and I actually spent most of my time here intending to be a writer. I did wind up making a film as my senior project, but it was kind of a series of accidents that my roommate asked me to write a script for him and then asked me to direct it with him, and it sort of proceeded from there. With the space of 20 some years between us, I actually would reference some of the same kind of mentors and inspiring figures that you all did, though. Bob Devine was a very influential professor for me, the media and social change course in particular. But Julia and Steve were certainly loomed large as filmmaking figures in town at the time. Other professors I'd cite are Ann Bolin and Ann Philmeyer. I only made a couple of films while I was at Antioch, so a lot of what I took from it was more an ethic and a value system, I think, that I have carried through in terms of things like centering the responsibility toward one's subject to be active participants in how they are represented in a project, which can be problematic when your subject is somebody powerful, but when your subject is somebody who's not currently powerful, who's from a marginalized community, then that's sort of an essential value to keep in mind, and something I've tried to do throughout my career. I did want to mention, in terms of I guess impact of Antioch on my life, that I don't think I met Andy before today, but Andy was a guest lecturer at Hiram College in 96 or 97 and inspired a student there to change her major to film and move to Yellow Springs to come work on Ed Radke's narrative feature, The Dreamcatcher, which was being produced here in town by Julia and Steve. And and Jim edited it, yes. Sorry. So I met Junko here as a result of that. We still somewhere have the check that Andy wrote, I guess Ed Radke's contact info on. That was sort of the beacon that brought her here, and sort of means that our family exists, and that we've made all these films together over the years. Yeah, so my early film career was almost entirely a narrative fiction film. We did a lot of producing other people's projects for hire, and there I think the thing I took most from Antioch was bearing in mind the responsibility also to the how the film gets made, the responsibility to the crew. The film tends to be both a very hierarchical industry and also one that has really bad working conditions. And so something I've always tried to do is just do whatever we can to sort of push back on that and not assume that just because, you know, everybody does 12-hour days doesn't mean you have to do 12-hour days, that sort of thing. So that's been important to me over my career. But I guess the project that we've done that's been most substantial, although it still hasn't quite gotten the kind of release that I hope we can still get for it one day, is Uncanny Terrain, our documentary project, which, as David mentioned in the introduction, we followed. So after the 2011 meltdown of the Fukushima nuclear plant, within 6 weeks we were on the ground in Fukushima, living with organic farmers who were, unlike many of their peers, had decided to stay and continue farming and try to figure out some way that they could continue to be organic farmers in this impossible situation. And we spent 5 months with them the first year, and then we went back the subsequent 3 years and sort of followed them on their journey. And so I mean, that was a life-changing experience in its own right for us. And you know, I think we did succeed in allowing them to share their underrepresented stories with the world. And, you know, I still hope we can reach more people with it, but that's another story. So the clip we're going to show is actually our return to narrative work after spending many years in nonfiction. And it's a story featuring our daughters and actually inspired by Junko's childhood, growing up in rural Japan. And I probably don't need to say too much about it. This was actually the story that we were writing, that we planned to be our second narrative feature when the Fukushima disaster happened. And so we wound up tabling it for about 10 years. And now we're actively developing it again. And I guess that's probably a good time to go ahead and play the clip. So this is the middle 2 minutes of a 6-minute short film, which is also excerpted from a feature-length screenplay that we have not yet made.
All right, I think, I know we got started a little late. I think maybe what I'll try and do is take maybe 10 minutes for Q&A. I got 15? Okay, cool. Excellent. So let's get some microphones out here. Well, I kind of have to leave a microphone for them to answer. That was the thing.
The teachers up here can probably get the back row.
just go to the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you have a question, raise a hand. Joan.
This is just an appreciation to Jim. When I was a faculty member at Denison University, I started women's studies there. I brought feminism to the college and the community. They'd never heard of that before. And I was looking for material, and you know the rest of the story. There was nothing available except Growing Up Female and pornography. It was the only stuff that we could show in class that had anything to do with gender or sex or things that people were worrying about. And I just want to appreciate that and say that I think I've said this to Julia, now I'm saying it to you. And you did Men's Lives too, didn't you?
I wound up editing, and me and Julia co-produced Men's Lives.
The two of you. And I have to confess, this is a terrible confession. I was so naive. I just assumed these things are out there, these movies, you grab them, you take them when you can. And I didn't ask myself, who was the filmmaker? Who made this and why? And little did I know that you were Antiochians, which is what I am. And so it was only later that I realized that this was a product of undergraduate Antiochians, and it was amazing enough, even without knowing that. But when I discovered that, I was so proud.
Thank you. I just wanted, I'm not going to comment on that, but I appreciate it. I just want to say this room was incredibly important to us. The very first screening of Growing Up Female was in this room. I was going to tell a story about making a slide tape about the GE strike down in Cincinnati, which we showed here, and this number of people were in the room for it and all went down to do strike support the next morning. And 113 McGregor will always be deeply in my heart.
One of my memoir stories, just so I can jump in here, was in fact walking in front of the Cincinnati courthouse because the people had been arrested at that GE picket line.
My story is pretty interesting because I did take the Media as a Propaganda course, was in the class, and I want to ask you guys, do you recall the film on the only Black politician represented from the state of Nebraska who was a barber? His budget, his campaign budget was only $200, which shocked everybody, and he became elected. And he's still alive. He's still alive. And what I want to say is that one of my hitchhiking journeys while at Antioch, getting out of North Platte County Jail on the interstate, I was picked up by that guy that was in the film that I saw previously at Antioch College. And so I'm talking to him in the car, and I tell him, a few months earlier, I saw a film on you. And so that's just one of the tales.
There's another thread of film at Antioch that kind of gets left out because storytelling is assumed to be what filmmaking is about, and it's profoundly powerful. But the interesting thing is that there was a group of art students in the 60s here who said, "Where's film?" And they would go off on co-ops and they started doing film explorations. These were abstract explorations. And they came back with the strength, and I don't know the complete names of them, but there were about a half a dozen. And they convinced the faculty that film should be added to the curriculum. The same thing happened in dance, where some students started doing dance before it was part of the curriculum. And that has always been significant to me, that it was the impetus of the energy of students and their conviction before they had polished skills that convinced polished scholars. Okay, that's the first thing. Now, what happened to those people? They hired faculty. The faculty, those original faculty, are not here, and two of them, significant members of the faculty, Tony Conrad and Paul Sheretz, were internationally famous, showed at the major museums in New York, but they're no longer living. I mean, they passed on. So where is that impetus today? And that's what I'm wondering. And I'm wondering where some of the people that studied with those teachers went on and did radical other kinds of things, and what are they? But recently, one of those early students, whose name is Ralston Crawford, for art historians, the son of the painter. No, I forget this part. And when he got out of Antioch, he went to New York and lived for 2 years and made films, abstract films. And in about 2 years ago, the MoMA learned about them, their film department learned about them, and they put them on exhibit for 2 years in the film projection area. And then this last spring, the curator of the film department decided there were 16 films, and they purchased all of them for the permanent collection. So if you go to MoMA, in the film room, something by Ralston Crawford, or Neelan Crawford is his name. His father was the painter Ralston Crawford. That's it. Okay.
I just wanted to add that a shout out to Demi Reber, who was amazing faculty, and I took her classes. She brought amazing dancers here, Twyla Tharp, I can't remember who all else. And then David Hikes was a student of Tony Conrad, and David is in Europe. He started doing work with what's it called? Overtone singing, multitonal singing, throat dance singing, and he still does that and still works and performs. He had a chorus in New York that was doing this. Seal Grusing, y'all remember? She was amazing. Was she here? Yeah, okay. I mean, there's been there have been many amazing students who have continued to do cool work, and it influenced all of us who were present at the time too.
And the interesting thing, I think, is that all of you are activists.
Yes.
And activists through storytelling or other pursuits in art.
Yeah, just two things related to that. I'm sure the students you're talking about from the earlier 60s are who got David Brooks to come to Antioch. And I meant to talk about him, but I don't think I did, right? Because I had so many things to talk about. But so that stuff. And we always felt connected to the experimental work as well, with the forming of the Association of Independent Film and Video People, AIVF, which was this really significant organization for about 30 years. It put together us with the experimental filmmakers, and we felt we were all part of the same community changing the society.
To answer your question, the through line between the experimental makers of the 60s and the social documentarians of the 70s, I feel is happening right now. And we are very lucky that Professor Anna Chiaretta Lavatelli is here. I feel she's doing, I've been to 2 of the shows, and I'm just really, it's very energized and exciting work. It's both experimental, playful, cinematically playful, and yet it's political, it's meaningful. And I feel like this new era in your work is off to a great start. So I just feel like we should support her.
And a shout out to Michael for his work here too, because it was remarkable taking your class. So yay. I don't know if you remember, but I actually was in your class and I ruined some board. Yes. You were teaching, it was basic drawing, I think, and that's really
5-minute
basic
warning.
painting.
Oh, I actually have a sort of question that probably none of you can answer, and it's more of a question for Anna. But I'm here. So Mark and I are both film graduates from 1992. And when we were in the program, late 80s, early 90s, there was a very specific divide between those of us who worked in film and those who worked in video. And we went to the film screening last night, which I think was 100% digital. And so I'm somewhat curious about, like, is film taught anymore? Is it all digital? Do they still do video? I don't even know. But just about the technology, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, a question for Caselli.
Yeah, hi, Michael Caselli, he, him, they, sculpture and installation. I also taught media when I first got here as an instructor. So film is taught as a form, but the technology of film, we still have 6 Bolexes, 16mm cameras, which we've preserved and saved. All the Steenbecks are gone. There's one in the basement still. So, and it's a very expensive medium. But the craft and the theory and the art of film is taught through both historical classes. Anna's done 2 history classes. She did Latin cinema last quarter. She's also gotten in. We pulled down all those old equipment we had. We still have the open reel machines from when I got here. We became VHS destructive linear editing. So. And so the students are being exposed to lots of different things from technology of the 70s all the way forward to technology of 2024. So there's a large overview. And again, with the creation of the analog lab, which is really fun, we have these really old cameras, surveillance cameras. We're showing them video feedback. We've got the PD-150s running through S-Video into a switcher. All these things that we don't have for the newer equipment we have, we do have for the old equipment. And so they're able to learn live kind of direction, live cutting, experimentation, and all those things. And students are they're flocking to it. So that's a short answer to your question.
So let me add something before we break up here. If you go to the registration page, there's, I think, a paragraph on the film panel here. There is a link there to a list of about 85 Antioch filmmakers. It lists their name, it lists their graduation year, what year they were here, if they were faculty, to the extent that I could tell. And they have the links to their either IMBD bios or their film production companies or whatever. So if you want to really dig into some of the history and some of the really important people that did film here and media, that's a place to go and you can research it. And I think that wraps us up pretty much.
Can I just
for
say one
tonight.
more thing briefly?
Yes.
I'd just like to thank David for the work he did to pull us together and pull this together. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
And I want to thank you guys, because guys, I say, for being here and for being supportive, and it really makes the whole program absolutely. So thank you. I would if I had my schedule. Yes, there is something. Maybe Michael can tell us. Yeah. Plenary Awards, I believe it is. Okay, two people presentations and a video. All right, which should happen imminently, I think. Yeah. Take your 5-minute break.
What's Tony? What's the order? And we have no media for Newman. So, okay. I know. I'm just saying. Pardon? Yeah. I wanted to get rid of all the other files so there's nothing else in the way.
I think this is, yeah. All right. We're about to get started for the plenary and the presentation of 2 awards. Hi.
We won't need them.
And I assume they're off right now.
Yeah, they go. Welcome, welcome. Steve, love you very much. Feel free to stay, anybody, the filmmakers. We have two award recipients to introduce and hear from, and a third to see on tape. This year, we have added an award, and we'll hear from Eleanor Holmes Norton herself, after which the award is named. But first, I want to introduce Bill Newman. I want to wait till everyone sits down. Bill Newman is a 72 graduate of Antioch College and received his JD degree from Northeastern University of Law 3 years later. His entire career has been devoted to civil rights and civil liberties. He has litigated literally and won hundreds of cases, including those around gay custody, indigenous defendants' rights to representation, First Amendment rights of citizen producers on cable television, double jeopardy, and student free speech rights. It would literally take a page to even list all of these cases, his amicus briefs, and those cases he shared with others. He has been the director of the Western Regional Law Office of the American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts since 1987. And he is a partner in Lesser, Newman, Aleo, and Nassar in Northampton, Massachusetts. He has sat on Massachusetts bar committees, received the Boston Bar Association President Award, the Southern Center for Human Rights Award, and the National Legal Aid and Defenders Association Beacon of Justice Award. And he is a writer, a broadcaster, and producer. A book, When the War Came Home, linking the anti-war movement of the 60s and 70s to the later movements to advance LGBTQ rights and the environment. He has an ongoing podcast called Civil Liberties Minute, a morning radio show, and a column in the Daily Hampshire Gazette. Just a typical Antiochian. Nothing to see here. I am proud to introduce William C. Newman, the 2024 recipient of the Arthur Anderson Award, which recognizes the contributions he has made to the college's ideals by breaking down barriers. Bill Newman.
Well, thank you for that very kind introduction. In keeping with the Antioch tradition, I'll say first, I did prepare a speech, but then I was at the Pride Parade and decided I should give another. So, is this better? Okay. So I want to start by saying happy Pride. And I want to note that for me, the Pride Parade here and the Pride Parades across the country today have a special resonance for me. And in part, it's because I feel very attuned to the struggle that has gone into the legal right for people to love and to marry who they wish. So I think we're all familiar with the Obergefell case from the United States Supreme Court. 5-4, we should point out. This rests on somewhat precarious ground. But let's celebrate what we have. And for me, it's important. The case is important. The right is important. The progress towards equality is important for a very personal reason. And the personal reason is a case that I'm sure you've never heard of, the title of which is Bizio, or Bizio, some people would call it, versus Patnout, which is a case from 1980 from the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. My law partner, Wendy Sibison, and I litigated that case. And it was the first gay custody case to go before any state's highest court. In this case, in Bizayo, it was a guardianship case. I should back up for 1 minute. Mom had given her kids to the person who had been her lover when she went to seek mental health assistance. And you would think that's a very responsible thing to do, right? Guardianships are temporary by their very nature. When she came back home, she said, I want my kids back. And her former lover said, oh, we were never lovers. I'm a born-again Christian, and we don't do that sort of thing. You couldn't make these facts up. So the judge writes an opinion. It says, the mother's lifestyle infuses or would infuse into the family home an element of instability that makes her unsuitable to be their mother, and it is not in the best interest of the children, 2 daughters, for her to have custody restored to her. That's what went up to the Supreme Judicial Court, which decided that the mother's sexual orientation, as the case described, was irrelevant to her fitness as a parent. The first gay custody case ever decided by any state's highest court. After that, about 3 years later, that same principle was applied in the marriage context. Gay mom and dad fighting over custody. And then it was applied to foster care, and it was applied to guardianships. It was applied to adoptions. And then it was applied, in the Goodrich case, to marriage. Again, the first state in the country to make that decision with regard to marriage equality. It was a 4-3 case, again. But it stood. And when the Massachusetts court did that, it stood by itself. There were a few other states that adopted marriage equality, some by votes, some by judicial decisions, which were overruled by popular votes. And that was the state of affairs when the Supreme Court of the United States got the issue and decided it, amazingly, correctly. I tell that story in part because it is a decision that, for me, I can point to and say, it lives. Leaving aside Justice Thomas's idea that anytime I feel a case was wrongly decided, I can just say it was wrongly decided at the beginning and therefore we don't have to follow it. I mean, it's a horrifying Supreme Court that we have at this time. If you believe in the rule of law, as opposed to the rule by the justices who can count to 5 votes. Now, I think I was trying to figure this out this morning, either 27 or 28 years old when we got this case, people called her Bunny King. It was the time, Brenda Bizayo, Bunny King. And I was trial counsel for her with my partner, Wendy Sibison. And then we went up to the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, the Supreme Judicial Court. And then we, on remand, had to try the case again. I was there then at the ripe old age of 30. And what struck me in thinking about all this today was, where did I get the audacity to be 28 years old and doing this? Who did we think we were? And the answer was, we were oblivious to the notion that we couldn't do it, or that we weren't competent to do it, or we couldn't learn enough to do it, or we couldn't consult with enough people to do it, or we couldn't have the community resources and support and organizing to do it. We did all of those things. And we of course got the ACLU of Massachusetts involved, and we got GLAAD, Gay and Lesbian Advocates and Defenders, involved, and they both wrote amicus briefs for us. Great. We thought we could do this, and it didn't occur to us that we couldn't. And for me, I was reflecting on this. I said, where did that come from? And I think in part, in significant part, it came from what happened at Antioch and what happened with my first co-op job from Antioch. I'm going to take a detour for about 3 minutes and tell you how I got to Antioch and what happened when I got here, or at least some of the things that happened when I got here, because my daughter accompanied me, and I don't think I should go into the details. And so I came to Antioch because when I went to talk to our college counselor, I had a list of potential colleges I was going to apply to, and so we were supposed to do. And college advisor didn't particularly like me. He didn't think I had appropriate enthusiasm for the varsity football team. I spent way too much time worrying about the literary magazine. We didn't get along. Let's just be honest. But I did have some social skills. And so I remember saying to Mr. Kellogg, I was wondering if you might have a suggestion. How could he not like that? And he said something that resonated with me. He said, a college like Antioch might want you. I was quite confident at that point that there were colleges that would accept me. But it had never occurred to me that there was a college that might want me. And so I applied early decision, and I was accepted, and I was thrilled. I didn't come to visit the college. I had no idea what it looked like. I knew it was in Ohio somewhere. I had looked it up in the college handbook, and of course the co-op program looked terrific. And all of the aspects of Antioch that we all know so well were just super alluring to me. And so shortly after that, I wrote a letter to Harvard, which was the one place I had kind of filled out the application, wrote a letter to the admissions office saying, "Dear Harvard, thank you for the interest in my future education. However, due to the overwhelming number of acceptances this year, I will be unable to attend your university. Best of luck with your future educational endeavors." So I got to Antioch. It was the summer of 1968, and we were told we could take what courses we wanted to take. And there was an art course, which was open to everyone, whether or not you'd been an artist in any fashion before that. And I said, great, I've always wanted to do this. I always wanted to paint. So we went to the first class, and the teacher, the professor, taught us how to put together a frame, taught us how to stretch a canvas, taught us how to gesso the canvas. And he said, and next class we'll begin to paint. I said, great, I'm going to learn something about how to paint. So we put our easels up, and he said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to paint for 45 minutes, and then we're going to go around the room and critique what you've done. And I'm looking around, I said, what are we supposed to paint? What are we supposed to do? I can't draw, I can't paint, and I have no idea what he's talking about. And then a woman stood up on this platform, took off her robe, she was naked, and sat on a chair. Now, I had been at an all-boys school. I had dreamt about this moment, not exactly in this way, for about, since puberty. And I said, oh my God, what are we going to do here? And, on one hand, people were looking at her because they were painting. And on the other hand, I thought that wouldn't look cool at all. So I looked to the guy next to me. When he'd look, I'd look. So I thought that was appropriate. Okay, so far, so good. So we start going around 45 minutes later. And there's some people there who can really paint. And we're critiquing it, this, that, and the other thing. And we get to the guy who is next to me on my left, who I had assumed, because of how he was assiduously doing this project, that he knew what he was doing. And we get to his canvas, and he has a perfect rendering of the chair. Now, I didn't know how to paint. I didn't know how to draw. I didn't know bupkis about anything, but I was pretty sure that was all wrong. So, I guess one more story about coming to Antioch. Let's move on. No, they said it was pretty good. I mean, what I did was I didn't know what I was doing, and so I did it really quickly. I did lots of broad brush strokes, and it did kind of look like a woman's figure. And because there was so much energy in the painting, it was actually pretty good. I still didn't know what I was doing, but it was okay. I lived through it. I lived through the part where I said, dear God, I know we haven't been on the best of terms, but if you could just create a great chasm below me so I could fall into it and you could cover me up, I would really be very appreciative. But it worked out better than that. Which similar sort of story. I was in President's dormitory my first summer, and we got stoned and we're walking down to the bakery, which, as you'll recall, was baking for those donuts. And I started to get a little paranoid. So we get to the bakery and I'm having this great internal debate on whether it would be okay to order 3 donuts. Because 2 I thought would be okay, but 3 would show I've got the munchies and I'm just totally stoned, and some cop was going to come out of the woodwork and arrest me or something like that. And then there's a couple next to me, the Antioch students, and he was clearly been here for a while. I knew that because his hair was to here and hers was short, and so I'm still worrying about the 3 donuts because by this time I really have the munchies and they smell delicious. Oh my God. And so this Antioch student, older upperclassman, orders, I want 3 plain donuts and 3 glazed donuts and a quart of chocolate milk. And I said, yes, 6 divided by 2 is 3. 3 is okay. I hit the jackpot. It's normal. So the person behind the counter comes back and hands him the bag. He says, okay. And she says to him, okay, 3 plain, 3 glazed, and a quart of chocolate milk. And he turns to the woman next to him and says, and what would you like? Okay, back to law for a bit. My first co-op job. I'm going to read now a bit, just a couple of sentences, from a book that I wrote called Life on the Co-op Plan. And it starts very much with my first co-op job. The subtitle is Lessons from a 167-Year-Old Startup. In September 1968, I learned that I hated seeing people locked up in cages. I still do. I was 18 then and was working for in the New York City criminal courts for the Vera Institute of Justice's experimental diversion program, the Manhattan Court Employment Project. This was my first job on Antioch College's co-op program. We Antioch students would sit at a beat-up metal desk behind the arraignment clerk. Our job was to review the criminal charges record and police reports of every person arrested in Manhattan that day to determine which defendants might qualify for the program. Most didn't. They had records, there were drug charges, there were women, all sorts of reasons we couldn't accept them, but every once in a while, one of those defendants qualified. So I should point out that while I was at the Vera Institute, it was decided that we should interview all the women who were arrested one week. And now Vera, the Court Employment Project, is now subsumed into various city departments, but and women are in fact, of course, eligible. But at the time they weren't, and a very significant number of the women who were arrested in Manhattan were arrested on prostitution charges. So there I am in the New York City courts, and we are charged with the task of interviewing every woman arrested in Manhattan that week. And what an experience. These young, some women, some men, going up to these women often with very long records of prostitution. He'd say, hi, I'd like to talk to you explain the program. And they'd say, the women would say things like, wait a second, you want to know if I'd be interested in working for a job at $5 an hour when I can turn tricks $50 or $100? I mean, where do you go? Where did you say you go to college? Okay. So back to more serious matters, back to the book. These men, mostly young, all poor, and overwhelmingly Black and Hispanic, had entered a maze from which few escape, the criminal justice system. This project was a way out. And after putting them through the vetting process, we Antioch students would have the task of presenting the arguments to the judge as to why this defendant should not face criminal charges. And a lot of the judges would say, wait a second, this person is charged with this crime. It's serious to this extent. It's this and that and the other thing. And you want us to reward this person by giving him award, by giving him a job and counseling and all the things. What kind of a system do you think we're running here? But at the core, our argument was straightforward. The program offered hope in a system where the common denominator was hopelessness. Making those arguments, being in front of a judge for an 18-year-old, that was pretty heady stuff. And nobody told us we couldn't do it, shouldn't do it, weren't qualified to do it, didn't have the experience to do it, wouldn't be able to do it. It's kind of assumed we could do it. And so we did. And I think we did pretty well at it. It may have been doing the impossible, but it didn't seem impossible. It seemed, well, this is what you do. There are 4 other cases I'm going to mention very briefly where I've had the same sort of experience of there are no ground rules here. There's no map. One was the death penalty case I did in Georgia, where after some years I had the great good fortune of litigating with someone you may have heard of, Brian Stevenson. Brian Stevenson, the founder of the Equal Justice Initiative and author of Just Mercies. This was back in a time, I'll spare you the details, where people did not have any right to counsel after their initial conviction had been affirmed by the state Supreme Court. No right to counsel. I had never done a death penalty case. I'd done a few murder cases, but this was a whole other world. And I had a friend who said, you can do it. And I respected him a lot. He's one of the best criminal defense lawyers I've ever met. And he said, well, if he thinks I can do it, I must be able to do it. So, okay. And I spent 8 years working on that case, and we successfully got our client off of death row into a life with the possibility of parole sentence. The same sort of thing was true for working on Guantanamo. And there were no rules. I mean, literally, there are no rules in Guantanamo. But there were also no rules how are you supposed to get someone out of Guantanamo. We had one case from the Supreme Court that said, yeah, you can go to court about it, but nothing else was there. And it was, again, a lot of making it up, not inventing stuff, not fabricating, but being creative enough to figure out arguments that made sense. And we filed paper after paper after motion after suggested order. And at the end of the day, we had no idea whether anything we did made any difference. None. But we do know that our client was released in the second group of people to be repatriated from Guantanamo. A third case like that was series of cases. After He Who Shall Not Be Named became president, we created the Immigrant Protection Project of Western Massachusetts on the assumption that immigrants were going to be in deep trouble and were going to need representation and were going to provide for us an opportunity to do something that no one else was doing. And so we did, and provided them with legal services, advice, and counsel. There are other things like that that I've done and been involved in, one of which was creating the Civil Liberties Minutes, the podcast. Just between us, the Civil Liberties Minute is 90 seconds. I've been doing them for 15 years. No one has ever complained about that. In fact, no one has ever noticed it, but now you know. So there are those situations that I think demonstrate for me this, it's not chutzpah and it's not arrogance, but it is this sense that things can be accomplished if you put your mind to them. And I think that's what Antioch gave me. I want to conclude with just a couple of short stories about running into Antioch graduates after I graduated. This happened some years ago. I do a fair amount of writing. Thank you for the introduction. And this was about a writing retreat. It was also a yoga retreat. I don't do that. It was in Jalapa in Mexico, sort of near Puerto Vallarta. You have to get to this town only by boat. You jump off the boat with your backpack and hope it doesn't get too wet and go to the place where you're staying. Anyway, we were taking a walk one day, and the person who's giving us this tour says, we're walking by these things called silk floss trees, which line the edge of the path. Those trees have thorns covering their bark, stiletto-sharp protuberances. Quote, you would really regret using a finger to check out just how sharp those thorns are, he warned us, just as I was about to do exactly that. On the way back from the waterfall that we went to visit, I asked him how he happened to be living there, and he told me he had worked at a school in Yalapa as a college student. And then he returned there after graduation to teach English. Oh, what college? I asked him. Oh, he said, a small liberal arts college in Ohio. You've probably never heard of it. So I was very happy to have been spared that ignominy of bleeding all over myself. And there was another time like that where Antioch grads had saved me. I was up in Denali National Park. We ended up in a park on the wrong road. It was one way, and my friend and I, Walter and I, did not understand that we were on a road that no cars would be going back in the direction we needed to go. And the sun was going down, and we were about to freeze to death. So a car stops. We pile into the car. The driver asks us where we're going. We tell him. The people in the car say, boy, you guys are in such trouble. Let us explain Alaska to you. You clearly just got here, which was true. And the men and women in the car all had a good time explaining to us how life was different in Alaska than in the 48 states. We asked them how they happened to be there, and they explained, well, we've been here for a couple of months. We're staying for another 30 days. We're on a hybrid academic quarter and co-op job from Antioch College, focusing on environmental studies. They went on to explain the college is in Yellow Springs, Ohio. What I have learned in my time as an attorney and as a broadcaster is that victories don't stay won. It is a constant battle. And we have to be prepared. We have to be willing to understand how fragile civil rights and civil liberties are. We have to be able to understand the importance of the work and to not be fearful, which is sometimes really hard to do because you want your victories to stay won. For me, I concluded the book by saying this. I didn't understand when I went to Antioch that life would be really hard sometimes. There would be a lot of heartbreak. There would be enormous frustration. There would be incredible tension. There would be arguments I didn't understand and experiences I had never envisioned. But what I came to appreciate some years later was that Antioch was great. And in part, it was great because it was hard. Thank you all so very much. So, thank you. So I thank you all very much. You've been a wonderful audience. You can feel that from here. And I want to thank the Alumni Association and the college. I'm not sure that I deserve to be on the same program with Eleanor Holmes Norton, but still, it's a great honor. Thank you again, and thank you all.
So I don't need to announce a woman who needs no introduction. That's a phrase.
Tony, is this on? Yes. Tony, it's nice of you to say that I need no introduction. I am Joan Stramanis. class of 1957, and about 50 years later, I was president of the college. I am here to introduce somebody who really needs no introduction, and that is Catherine Jordan, class of 1972, who is about to receive the J.D. Dawson Award, which recognizes significant contributions to Antioch College by an alumnus. And Catherine is not just an alumnus, not just someone you all know, but she is a hero of Antioch. She is a producer, she's a director, she's a negotiator, and I understand she's a hell of a good dancer. She describes herself this way. She says she is a born herder of cats. As the firstborn child of 4, she learned early on how to organize people and events. Her early days at Antioch included serving as a preceptorial fellow for the first year program for one of the groups. She was honored when co-op department director Bob Parker recruited her as one of 2 student fellows, along with George Crowell, to find co-op jobs and advise students. During her last year, she served as a student assistant to the Dean of Faculty, Ewell Reagan. Over the last 50 years, Catherine has served on the alumni board for 6 3-year terms. She's a glutton for punishment. And this was during the Birnbaum, Guskin, University, Durr, Roosevelt, Manley, and Fernandez administrations. She's known more presidents than the people on Meet the Press. She was on the alumni board when the university trustees announced the closure of the college. She was moved to rally the assembled alumni at the 2007 reunion to save the college. Her cheerleading helped organize and fund the efforts to create Nonstop and the Antioch Continuation Corporation, which is known as AC3. When AC3 was incorporated as a nonprofit, Catherine was invited to serve on its board. So she participated in a secret meeting, so-called secret meeting, of course we all know about it, with Art Zucker and Tony Murdoch. These were representatives of the university. Tony Murdoch was the chancellor at the time. This was a secret meeting to purchase the college's assets in the summer of 2007. The asking price was only $5 million. But after the meeting, the trustees, that is the university trustees, raised the price to $50 million, and the deal was scuttled. After a year of endless negotiations, very difficult negotiations, the trustees closed the college, and it seemed that all was lost. A year later, through efforts that I'm not going to specify here, but maybe she'll tell me more about this, the trustees did sell the college assets to AC3 for a price of only $6.5 million, down from $50 million. More recently, Catherine has served as the reunion chair for 3 years, starting with her own 50th class reunion in 2022. It was the middle of the COVID epidemic, and we weren't sure if reunion could move from a virtual event to an in-person event, but the skies opened up, and Catherine invited a group of choreographers and dancers back to campus to reprise some of their favorite pop-up dancers and Trio A. She then worked with David Southern to establish a role for every 50th class representative to spearhead the reunion program planning, and that has been carried on with David Southern, and this year who is the class representative of the class, the 50-year class? Several people. Great. Anyway, they were central to reunion planning. Thank you. Catherine joined the Volunteer Work Project once she retired from her extensive nonprofit work in Minneapolis. And let me tell you that I should have said she had a career in education and arts, in management, in video production, and of course, in philanthropy. So once she retired from all that, the Volunteer Work Project is where she found a new multi-generational group of Antiochians with whom she has made close friends. Recently, as vice president of the Alumni Board, she helped negotiate the terms, she's a negotiator, remember, for keeping the VWP workshop in the Maples building. Remember, it was going to be sold. I'm not sure all of you know that, but it was on the sales block, and she negotiated the terms for keeping the workshop for the Volunteer Work Project through this calendar year, and secured the right of first refusal from President Fernandez for the building in case it was ever for sale and a buyer came forward. She helped organize the VWP posters that you've been seeing around campus, detailing the contributions that the VWP has made to the campus, and she coordinated the slideshow that details the history of the VWP. But perhaps Catherine is best known in her role for channeling the magic hat in its annual call to raise funds for the ongoing support of Antioch College. By the way, this is a very fancy hat, as most of you know, that says Antioch on it. It does not refer to us. It refers to a Masonic lodge from the city of Dayton, but we repurposed it. Over the last 17 years, Catherine and the Hat reminds us about what is important: to keep our eyes on the prize, to keep Antioch College alive and thriving as an independent, accredited, residential college in southwestern Ohio. Catherine.
Michael, are we ready to roll here? This one here. With which little? All right. And now you can. Sorry, I'm technically challenged. No, it's my slide.
You don't have any presenter notes, right? It's just
No, no, no. Thank you very much. I first want to thank the Governance Committee and the full Antioch College Alumni Board for selecting me for the 2024 J.D. Dawson Award for service to the college. It's an honor to be seen and recognized by your peers, and I deeply appreciate this acknowledgement. I stand on the shoulders of many alums, too numerous to name, and I thank them for their vision, service, and role modeling that set a great example for me to follow. In my short time today, I'm going to give you some hints of my upbringing, why I care so much about Antioch, and a few anecdotes about how I have served the college. I was a tall, shy, oldest child of 4, raised by 2 Unitarian parents. I grew up in Minneapolis during the 50s and 60s in a white middle-class neighborhood, surrounded by theater, visual artists. My father was an engineer and an inventor who loved to sing. My mother was a homemaker and an educator, and in her spare time, a creative social director who produced every family holiday as a major event. My aunts and uncles were artists and photographers. My parents integrated our neighborhood by renting our 3rd floor to African students who were attending a local trade school and opening our home to a Native American college student who exchanged babysitting for room and board. So social justice was deep in my DNA. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is my aunt and my mother and my brothers and me as a fairy princess. So I come to that creativity early on in my life. You might recognize the outfit here. That's a handmade Jolly Green Giant costume. I got involved in LRY, the Unitarian Liberal Religious Youth Group, as a high school student, where I developed my leadership and organizing skills. And I was called the Jolly Green Giant because I was tall, so I tried to transform that into an asset. I landed in Yellow Springs during the Summer of Love, 1967, in one of the biggest entering classes in the college's history. The environment was rich in creativity, experimentation, freedom, activism, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I was quickly immersed in the power of experiential education as part of the first-year program and the co-op work program that was offered every other quarter. Many of us will agree that the co-op program is what attracted us to Antioch and kept us here. The process of moving around the country, finding housing, learning a new job, making friends, and returning to Yellow Springs, all within 3 months, is a great test of endurance and tenacity. During my 5 years at Antioch, I explored careers in hospitality, social work, reproductive health, student advising, co-op job recruitment, teaching children, and higher education administration in the Dean of Faculty's office. That last slide is a co-op I took, owned plans in Homer, Alaska. One of our Antioch colleague or students' dad was built that log cabin, and I showed up there and was put to work making bread and other things. If you want to know more details, I'm happy to share. I'm one of the lucky ones who experienced Antioch during a golden age. The yeasty Antiochian environment with over 2,000 students enrolled was a hotbed of dynamic interaction. My peer group of dancers, artists, and educators were enormously influential in my development. As a non-dancer, I performed in numerous productions on campus and saw up close the creative process at work. I did one of the 100 steps with Twyla Tharp. I was in Seal Grusing's senior project on the golf course, where at the end, when we were back around the fire as Adam and Eve, we raised the audience naked and brought them all into the amphitheater for a rock and roll concert. So I have my credibility there. I did Trio A, which was a dance created by, I'll remember her name, but Michael Fagins put it together. That's a picture of Michael and I. I was in the chair dance with Brooke Higdon. I was with Diane Breakstone doing Imagine. So again, I wasn't a dancer, I wasn't trained, but I got incorporated into all these wonderful experiments. There are also pictures there of George, deep, important friend, and Priscilla. They're both gone. It's hard to lose them. Because of the intimacy of campus, I was able to make friends with my faculty and administrator mentors. These relationships lasted for decades after graduation. All of these elements are what I credit for launching me into a satisfying and productive life. I graduated in 1972 with a degree in elementary education, a license to teach in the state of Minnesota, and a minor in ambiguity management. All have served me well. Beyond the credentials, I learned flexibility. I know how to take risks. I'm creative, entrepreneurial, and willing to lead from the front and from behind. So I'm not going to tell you all my history, but on the left is I was the president of the United Arts Council for the Twin Cities, and at my retirement party, I was given my own puppet. That's me in the orange, and on the right, on the right is me receiving a gold medal at the New York International Film and Video Festival for a video called All of Us in AIDS that I produced in the 1980s. So I've joined careers in youth work, health and human sexuality education, video production, arts administration, performance, nonprofit executive leadership, event management, and philanthropy. I also developed a rich set of alter egos to express the power of the feminine and celebrate ritual milestones, including being Persephone, the earth goddess, and the solstice celebrant. Sometimes all of that goes to my head. Actually, this is me as Persephone. The May Day Festival is our high holiday in the Twin Cities, and I was fortunate to be able to be in the parade. And this is what goes to my head. This is a portrait of me by Alice Neal. So I was the director of Warm Art Gallery, which was a women's art collective. And we brought Alice in. I don't know if you are aware of her work, but she's one of the preeminent portrait painters. And we brought her in. She was in her last year or so of her life. And we brought her onto the stage of the Children's Theater where they had Alice in Wonderland as the set. And she did her speech. And then at the reception, she said to me, if you ever get to New York, you look so pre-Raphaelite, I'd like to paint you. And so the next month I was in New York, and that's the portrait. It was published in the inside cover of Art in America. So I've had part of my 15 minutes of fame, thanks to Alice. So what bonded me to Antioch after my graduation? It starts with relationships. I embraced the notion of Antioch as my alma mater, the nourishing, bounteous mother who gave so much to me. I have a deep, loyal connection to my friends and family, and because I consider Antioch and Yellow Springs my second home, that loyalty was easily transferred. According to Jungian archetypes, the Great Mother represents the nurturing and caring mother, as well as the power and wisdom of the divine feminine. She symbolizes creativity, birth, fertility, sexual union, and nurturing. She is a creative force not only for life, but for art and ideas. It was embedded deep in my psyche to protect and nourish my mother. When I returned to campus after the '73 strike, I had already graduated, and I saw the aftermath, the physical and emotional devastation wrought by these events on the people and place I loved. I was horrified. It energized me to get back involved. That and a request by my dear friend George Kroll to run for election started my long alumni board tenure of 6 terms over these past 50 years. If you know about Jungian psychology, you know that each archetype has a shadow side, and if not recognized, it can erupt and do great harm. The dark or terrible mother is the shadow side of the great mother. The shadow side is a force of death and destruction, as well as time and change. Over the years, I have seen the dark side of Antioch. The college has treated good people terribly. It has mismanaged assets and scrambled to implement programs that were under-resourced and poorly led. The coup de grace was the University Board of Trustees' announcement to close the Yellow Springs campus in June of 2007. As a member of the Alumni Board at that time, I felt called to rally the assembled 500 alumni at reunion. I said, if we leave this reunion without a plan in place and significant funds, we will never see our college again. That night, we raised $400,000. And I penned a resolution that was endorsed the next day at the Alumni Association meeting to work to keep an accredited college alive with a tenured faculty. That led to the creation of Nonstop Antioch and the formation of the Antioch College Continuation Corporation, or AC3, as a nonprofit. I served on that board, and after the eventual sale of the college, all of the assets to AC3, Antioch College reopened in 2011 under its auspices. Most recently, I've chaired the reunion committee for the last 3 years during my 50th class, including my 50th class celebration. And as vice president of the alumni board, I have worked to improve the board's relationship with the college's administration and secure the continuation of the volunteer work project in their Maples workshop. All of that is a work in progress. Here's how Merriam-Webster defines magic: an extraordinary power or influence seemingly from a supernatural source, something that seems to cast a spell or enchantment. I may be best known for channeling the magic hat at reunion these last 17 years. Judy Church and I won the auction bid for a Shriner's Antioch Past Potentate hat from the auctioneer who had donated it to raise funds for the college. I'm never one to pass up a sparkling, bejeweled creation. A year or two later, that hat seemed like a great vehicle to raise ongoing funds to support the off-campus advancement office run by Risa Grimes and staffed by Steve Duffy and others, and to fuel the nonstop activities to keep the educational efforts of Antioch alive during the closure. Once the college reopened, I channeled the energy of the magic hat to raise funds to support free tuition scholarships while the college was unaccredited and beyond. We funded the solar panels on the roof of North Hall. We raised funds to rebuild the pool and the wellness center. We supported the queer and BIPOC co-op travel grants and funded many other important college needs. I'm estimating we called in over $1.7 million during those reunions from the assembled alumni. My gift is my passion and credibility. I have connected with all of you to encourage you to believe. I have cast a spell over your hearts and opened your wallets and checkbooks to support Antioch. I thank you for your willingness to play along with me and support our dreams for a viable, sustainable, residential liberal arts college in Southwestern Ohio. It's been a great ride. Thank you.
Please stick with us. It's getting late, but this is worth it. So please stay. We have a brand new, sorry. Okay, we have a brand new award. This is the first time that we're going to award the Eleanor Holmes Norton Award, which recognizes contributions by Antioch College alumni or friends who have demonstrated significant advancement in fields of policy or politics. Well, Eleanor is not here, but that frees me to tell you stories about Eleanor that I would be embarrassed to tell in front of her. I was Eleanor Holmes's hall advisor, and Peggy Erskine was in the same hall. She came to Antioch from, I'll tell you who she is now later, but first I'll tell my stories. She came to Antioch as a 17-year-old Black student from segregated schools in Washington, D.C. In fact, she was in the last class that was segregated in Dunbar High School. So her entire education as a child in Washington, D.C. was in segregated schools. She was very young and she was very naive. And this is the part I don't want to say in front of her. She didn't know where babies came from. So I had my job cut out for me as a hall advisor. We had a wonderful time, and Eleanor told me and everybody that she had come to college to become a doctor. In her life, in her Washington childhood, the most valued, the most honored professions in the Black community were doctors, and she wanted to be a doctor. So her first co-op job was at an inner city hospital in Washington, in New York City. And since she didn't yet have a place to stay, like all of us, we used to go cold into these cities and find a place to live. She slept in my bed because I was from New York City, and she slept in my bed until she could find a place to live. And my mother claims that she integrated our neighborhood, which was actually restricted. It was Metropolitan Life Insurance Company project for middle-class people. It was called Parkchester. Some of you might know it if you live in the Bronx. And at that time, you had to be white to live there. And so Eleanor was the first Black person we know of who slept in Parkchester. She came back from that co-op job at that hospital in the inner city and said, "Joan, I think I don't want to be a doctor." And this is the virtue of co-op, isn't it? You find out what you don't want to do as well as what you do want to do. And she said, "I think I'm going to go to law school." And this is what she did. And in fact, she graduated from Antioch in 1960, and she went to Yale. She had her master's degree in American Studies and her law degree from Yale. She then became a SNCC organizer. She was arrested several times as an undergraduate at Antioch. That was good practice because as a lawyer, she needed that perspective, right? She was a participant in the Mississippi Freedom Summer, and she was a founder of the Women's Rights Reporter, which was the first journal about women and the law, and about her feminism. It used to be said that feminism was a white middle-class women's movement, but that wasn't true. There were many Black women who participated even in the earliest days of feminism, and Eleanor was one of them. I taught a class in women's studies at Denison University that had a field trip to Washington, D.C., where we interviewed what we called women in power. Of course, there were very few women in power, but we found a few women who had some power. And Eleanor was one of them. And one of the questions that my students had decided in advance they would ask everybody that they interviewed was, are you a feminist? Remember, this is in the 70s. And they asked Eleanor, are you a feminist? And her answer is seared in my memory. I will never forget the whole answer that she gave. And this is what she said. Am I a feminist? Am I a feminist? I am a stone cold feminist. I am a red flag waving, I'm a red flag holding feminist. Am I a feminist? So that was Eleanor. She became the law clerk to Leon Higginbottom, who was an alum, an African-American judge who was in the class of 1949. And he was a federal district judge. She was his law clerk. She became the assistant legal director of ACLU in 1965 in New York. And she was the lawyer in the famous Newsweek case in 1970, where a group of women in Newsweek sued because they weren't allowed to be reporters. Only men could be reporters. And 8 women sued, and Eleanor was the counsel, and they won. She appeared before the Supreme Court of the United States several times. She defended, this is very interesting, isn't it? She defended the National States' Rights Party, which was a white supremacist group. And what she said when she did that was, I am defending the First Amendment. She was portrayed by several actors, 3 of them that I could find, in 3 different films. This is not the first award from Antioch that she received. She received the Coretta Scott King Legacy Award in 2017. And this new award was proposed by her campaign manager, Karen Mulhauser, whom most of you know. And you also need to know that Eleanor doesn't really need to campaign. As long as Eleanor wants to be in the Congress, Eleanor will be in the Congress. And where she is now is she's a member of the House of Representatives. She's called a delegate, not a representative, because she represents the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., which is not a state. And so it has a delegate, just like Puerto Rico, and not a full-fledged representative. She cannot vote on bills, but she can propose bills, sponsor bills, and vote in committee. So, and she's a powerful member of the United States Congress. She has devoted her time in Congress to issues like DC voting rights. She's the champion of that. Not successful yet, but she will be. Nuclear disarmament, reproductive rights, and she has appeared on television numerous times. You may have seen her on To the Contrary, Colbert Report, and Democracy Now! And by the way, Amy Goodman, who is the founder and the main voice on Democracy Now!, was the graduation speaker when I was president. And I was very proud of that. So now we'll see a video about Eleanor. It's not working. Double click. Double click on the mouse pad.
Congresswoman Norton, I sometimes refer to you as Eleanor.
Okay, good.
Okay. You know, we first met at Antioch College when we were both on the Board of Trustees back in the 80s. And then we met again when I helped in your first election to go serve us in Congress. And then for 7 cycles, I was your campaign manager. So being here with you is always special. And it's especially special today because I am giving you the Antioch College Alumni Award. And I'm going to read what it says on the award, and then I'm going to give it to you. The Eleanor Holmes Norton Award recognizes contributions by Antioch College alumni or friends who have demonstrated significant advancement in fields of policy and politics. Eleanor graduated from Antioch College in 1960 and has served as the Washington, D.C. delegate to Congress since 1991. So I am so proud that I went to the same college you did and that I live in the same town and that I know you. So Eleanor, this is your award. It's an Antioch College Alumni Award for politics and policy, and there's no better person to receive the first of these awards than Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Thank you so very much. This is such an honor. And I must say how pleased I am to receive an award like this. I also want to thank you very much to Antioch College, my alma mater, for creating the Eleanor Holmes Norton Award and for naming me as its first recipient. I regret that I cannot be on campus for a reunion to be with all of you in person, but I'm grateful for the award and recognition and the chance to have my brief message sent to you. It is an amazing honor to not only be an Antioch graduate, but to have an alumni award named after me, to join such leaders as Horace Mann, Arthur Morgan, J.D. Dawson, and Walter Anderson, who also received awards named for their work. I was at Antioch College, where I first learned and grew into the adult person that I am today. My time there shaped my policy positions and prepared me for the work I do in Congress now. It is so appropriate that Antioch has an award for alumni and friends who have, in their words, demonstrated significant advancement in fields of policy and politics, end quote. So many of us who went to Antioch College learned about advocacy, activism, policy, and politics as part of our liberal arts education. I am pleased that others will have this part of their education recognized with the Eleanor Holmes Norton Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, you recognize the other person on the screen as Karen Mulhauser herself. And I should have reminded you that Eleanor has been in Congress for 33 years.
So I can say it into the mic as well, but XL Antioch College t-shirt. I went to the bathroom, I came back and somebody had put it with all my stuff. It's not mine. So if you or one of your friends is missing a black XL Antioch College t-shirt, come see me.
Dinner's at 7 under the tent.